And as we begin this nice, calm and peaceful day with this soft music generated by AI because I'm trying to avoid copyright on YouTube, good morning. How are we all doing today? I hope we're all having... I hope we're all awake. I'm awake, kind of, sort of. Things have been... Like I said, this is... Like I said in my last two streams yesterday, this week's kind of a busy week again. Not as busy as last week. Last week was even more busy. But we're definitely a little bit busier this week. So I'm gonna crack this Hawaiian shaved dice on Alani? Energy drink. I don't know what it is, but it's a can, and it's gonna be a cracking a cold one here. No, it's not beer. It's an energy drink. Because I need the caffeine to stay awake. Because here we are. We're working on some tabletop stuff. I'm gonna turn down the music just a little bit more. It's actually not that bad. Alright, anyway. Oh yes. So yeah, today's stream is exactly as the name suggests. It is the tabletop workshop. Basically it's just me working on D&D stuff, and in the case of what I'm trying to do, maybe I'll work on some of my own like system rules today. I don't know if I'll get that far, but definitely we're working on maps today. We're working on some lore writing, probably continuing where we left off with demons, because I need to get that lore written out for my players so they have something to go off of, rather than me trying to rely on rather than them trying to rely on me for their memory and not taking notes down. Note to players, please take notes for your dungeon master, because it does help them out as well. Don't expect the DM to be able to do everything, but regardless, so map making, lore making, and maybe if we have time, I will even do a I'll make an enemy NPC or something like that, or we'll make an NPC. I've got so many resources to look stuff up, do stuff with, but I'm hoping that this workshop sort of video thing that I'm planning to do now, and yes, this is going under the game development side of things, so because technically when being a dungeon master and working on your game and your world, your story and everything that you're having the players live in and experience, you are developing a game. That is actually something that is true. And in some cases, if you need a reference for, like, do you have any game development experience, if you've been DMing for years and you've had a consistent player base for years, you can use that. And that's part of your actual like skill set. That's part of your references and everything like that. So take into account. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna start by making maps, because maps are kind of brain dead. I don't have to think too hard about them. But as you can see, I'm here in Incarnate. Hello? Is this thing? Hello? Apparently things don't want to work. Okay. Thank you, Incarnate, for breaking. Oh, I don't know. I was slightly delayed in starting the stream today because I had to go deliver something to a bowling alley for my parents because they like the bowl, and my mom forgot something, so that's why we're starting slightly late from the 10 o'clock start time. And when I came back, all my audio disconnected for some reason, so I had to reset the audio on that, and then I had to reconnect all the lines so that everything's connected. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do stuff like this. Of course, that seemed to fail. I don't know why it does that. It shouldn't max out the volume when I mute. It should just mute. But I'll just have to look into it further. Because that's weird. Actually, if I do this, if I have that done, and then I do this, nope, it still does that. It's fucking... I don't know why it does that. It shouldn't. It should... Oh, I think I know why. Hold on a second. Oh, I see. Maybe that's the reason why. Well, that's fine. We'll deal with it later. I'll deal with it later. It's the wavelength features and everything like that. Also, I still have no... Nightbot is still down for some reason. Again, I can't figure out why it won't connect. So if anyone's using Nightbot or anything, do know it doesn't work. But anyway, so we're here now. Like I said, things broke. Hopefully I have them functioning complete, but this is working. That's the important thing. So there's a few things. Oh, there we go. Look at that. That's all the maps I've made. This is this is all the maps I made in Incarnate so far. Some of them are nothing. Some of them are, you know, mainstay pieces. Some of them are really old, and some of them are kind of haphazard. But these are all the campaign. These are all the main battle maps that have been used in Freesit times. So you can see that there's a number of different maps for different things and resources and everything like that. And the biggest thing when it comes to map making, and this is for both tabletop, wargaming, and even video games. Heck, even like describing a room or an area in a book this is important. A map should not exist without a reason. Basically, let's take the most recent encounter that my players went through, which is the bandit encounter on the road. That was from the last session here. This was the original map. This is it. Why are you so huge? Go away. Right. So this was the original map. This is all I made for the original map. And for the purposes of what the map is, this is fine. So why do I have two of them? Why do I have this other map right here? Why do I have this one when the other one would have been just fine? I have this map because I know exactly. I have this map specifically because I know my players. I knew Hanyakusha would do everything he can to chase after the bandit. And that's why this map exists. This map is the extension down from where the players were. Now, I could have easily represented this by just making a new map, just making a map of this section here, which would have been fine as well. But I wanted the players to be able to see the road to show how far they're actually getting away from the road. And it led to where the ambush is. Now, in truth, I also should have probably made the map go up here. Maybe go out further over here or over here. Because this is an open battlefield. There is no walls in this map. Everything in this area around everything exists, whether or not it's being used or not. So when we had the plant growth right here in the center of the map, making all that difficult terrain, and Scratch, who was in this location at the time, invisible, had to escape, he went this way. Well, the ring ended right here, and in order for him to get out, he had to go beyond the ring. So he went out off the map, and then came back onto the map from here to engage Gregor the Smasher up here. Same thing for the bandits that ran away. One bandit ran off the map and ran down the road. And he ran down really far. Like, just constantly running. Bandits that were down here ran off the map, and they ran down over here. Now, why don't these areas exist? Because they're not important. There's no reason for them to exist. This is just a road path down here. This is just their evacuation point that they had predetermined. Remember, up here is the destination where they're going, but they're not fighting in that area, and this is where the players aren't going in general. So the point of this map is that this is a battle map. That is the point of this map. That is why it's there. That's why it exists. Now, let's go one step further. Let's look at this map right here. This is a map I just made recently, which my players will eventually probably have a look at. What is this map for? This is not a battle map. This looks like a topography map. This looks like a point of interest map. That's because that's what it is. It is designed as a point of interest map. I'm gonna put this on top real fast. There we go. And I'm gonna put this a little bit further over so it's actually noticeable. So this is a point of interest map. So when my players eventually are, when my players, or if my players want to do things around the area of the village that they're going to, well, here's the village right here. It's a small village in this big, giant, vast, mountainous area. So what can I do? Well, they got specific like herb markings of like rare herbs. There's some sort of beast over here. Rumors of a bandit cave up here, and there's another cave up here that exists as well. So there's things that they can do, and they will have this map, and this map exists specifically to say, hey, here's where things have been recorded. Here's where things are on record of being at. Does it have any other purpose? No. Does not really have any other purpose aside from that. Okay, save it, and then we're going to back out to the thing. As soon as it saves. I mean, it takes a while. But that's the biggest thing. Like, why does a map exist is the most important reason to make a map. Is it for combat? Is it for explanation? Is it a cutscene? Is it of importance that the person looking at this map needs to know? Why does it exist? This map right here, again, for example, is the church map that my players fought in. This is the map my players fought in when they were fighting in Phantom's backstory encounter. This is the church and everything like that. Now, there are a few other maps that I probably should have made as well. There's the hallway in the building over here. There's a hallway building over here. And then there's the central courtyard in the back here, and then other buildings in the back. So that's the full extent of the church is something like this. This is the full extent of the church scale. But I only did this one room because this is the important map. This is the map where the battle takes place. This is the one that needs to be represented. This one was all done. This area over here and this area over here, as well as the basement, were all cutscene oriented. They were all dialogue oriented. There was no need for such a map to exist because there wasn't a reason for it there. Here's another example of a simple map that exists for combat. Granted, it had a little extra features put into it as well, but again, this map was built as, here's the combat encounter. And this is not one of my better maps. This is a, oh no, I need to make a quick map. Bam, here's a quick map. But there should be more details on this map in general, and that's part of map, I'm gonna call it map theory. Map design theory. There are elements of a map that makes it interesting, makes it unique, and everything like that. And as you can probably tell, I have some good maps and I have some bad maps. Don't save. I would argue that this church is a good map. The mountain pass is a good map. These two maps are good maps. This bandit cave hideout is a good map. And of course, I have my world map, which are they could be better, but it's designed as a geographical map. So, but there's a level of creativity, which I'll get into in a bit, that one needs to understand when it comes to map design theory. certain maps don't need a lot of information to convey what they're trying to do. So in the case of this map right here, this is a really old map from years ago. What is this map conveying at the end of the day? It's conveying that this is a wintry road. There's not much around. It's just a long stretch of road and snow-covered ground, and that's it. That is the entire map. So, but does it do what I need it to do? Absolutely. It does exactly what I need it to do. So that's the important thing to keep in mind when designing a map. What is the map for, and should it exist? So let's go ahead and, start getting into a map design here. I'm going to go ahead and make a custom map. We're going to make this 50 by 50. I tend to kind of keep them slightly smaller. And we're going to call this let's call this Force Encounter, or Force Encounter 3. I don't know. There we go. Force Encounter 3. I gotta take a drink real fast. There we go. So, here we are. This is the start of any map, especially in Incarnate. This is the app I'm using. So, the first thing you aim for designing a map is, what is the terrain like? Well, it's in a forest. It's in a natural forest, so pretty much everything is, a forest. Everything's green for the most part. And the first sections of any map making are fairly easy. You just kind of gather what you can, everything like that. Nope. That's a texture scale. We'll do that. We'll drop the opacity down by a little. We'll just kind of sprinkle in some of this stuff around. So it kind of looks like the forest is a little overgrown in some locations, because it is a foresty area. Then we can come back to, like, this dirt, drop the opacity a bit, add some more dry spots in here in some locations where, like, maybe something has walked a lot more. And there you go. Oh, there's our basic terrain. So, as a basic terrain, that's it. But what makes the map detailed is, all the little doodads, the wingdings and everything like that. Since we're in a forest, well, we might as well, get the trees in here. So, one of the things I always need to do is get your main elements in first. So, what's the main elements of this thing? Well, this is a forest, so trees should be populated good majority of the place. And, I just kind of place things around at random at times. But, all these trees look fairly the same, so I'm going to undo all of them, pretty much. Mainly because, like, there's multiple sets of trees in here. So we got these stubborn trees right here. There's only 5 of them available. One thing I'm actually going to do, I'm actually going to make this map bigger. Because I have to remember that this is a forest, and my players like to go beyond the normal reaches of everything and be weird about things, because that's just the way they are. So I'm just going to expand this out. Let's make it just really big. I'm gonna drop this down a little. It's a little bit more even, because I'm trying to keep it as uniform and square as possible. So we're going to hit confirm. It's going to save and proceed with a new map. And then you'll see, like for Incarnate, it's going to just regenerate that base dirt ground texture that it originally had in the first place. But the key features of this thing is I'm going to keep the center part green, and I'm going to work from the center out. Because what's important on this map? The important thing on this map is that it's kind of an arena. This is a fighting arena. You can kind of see, like, when I went out further on certain things, but we're going to keep this center area as our main fighting area for now. So we're going to go in. First off, I'm going to get the trees again. I'm going to put the 2.0 trees in here. And as you can see, now that the map is bigger, so are the assets. And we're going to actually scale these down a little, because proportion is important. We'll make these trees half the size that they should be. And so we're going to get a lot of them in here. So one of the things I'm going to do is I want a nice open area where my players can have a fight. So I'm just kind of focusing on the fact that I want my players to be focused in the center of the map. The side of the map is extra. It's not all that super important. Again, we're going to put some more of these other trees in here. I'm going to scale these up a little as well. Let's get like 75% trees, so that's some larger trees. And let's see, what other trees can we do? And one of the key things about any map design is have variety of things. Don't just use the same asset for everything. Have a variety of them. Stick them around stuff. And change them up. Let's get some spruce trees in here. Because again, this is kind of a forest area. And in a forest, there's multiple types of trees. There's never just one type of tree. If there's just one type of tree, then we're kind of in trouble. Alright, so now, nice thing about Incarnate is I can go back and use some of these other trees that I used before to keep the variety going. Alright. And as you can see, I'm not worrying about the terrain on the ground here, because the point is that this is the opening. This is the area I want my players to be. So now that I have all the big blocking things, we're going to go get rid of this. That's a battlefield stuff, camp stuff. We're not looking for camp stuff. We're looking for forest stuff. And as you can see, there's a lot. This is the reason I like Incarnate. There's a number of assets that you can just make anything and everything you want. It's very nice. And you can upload your own assets to things as well. Excuse me. I got fairy homes. I didn't realize they had fairy homes in here. Nice. Alright. And here we are. This is the one I want. The forest thing. The forest here. So we got a number of, plants and everything. Thick oak tree. See? There's some other stuff that, I wouldn't have known these trees were there if I didn't actually look through the assets. And yes, as you could probably tell, the side of the map here, the outside of the map is very dense. And I have reason for that, because again, I don't need my players in this area. I want them focused in here. But at this moment, as I can tell, this is getting way too crowded. This is becoming just noise, and you don't want noise. You want some spots where things make sense and things don't. So I'm gonna come in here, kind of clean up some of these other things, move stuff around. Maybe we'll give like an opening right here that shows like, hey, this is the path that travels off this way. Nope, I just want you, sir. make the opening a little bit wide, make this battle center a little wider while doing things. And again, I'll add more details in later. But it's good to work from 1 or 2 elements at a time. I'll just get rid of that tree and we'll replace it with this tree. Just replace it with the spruce. The spruce right here. There we go. Kind of keeping it going here. I'll put this spruce right over here. We'll maneuver this tree here. Again, kind of make like, here's the path that my players came up. So my players came from this path in. So here's what, here's where the players come in, here's where they can go out. Like, this is just a path, like an animal trail. So I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna get my brush here, I'm gonna kind of fill this in. Then I'm gonna go back to the dirt, drop the opacity, stop the size of the brush as well, and we're going to kind of do this. Give the players a sense that, okay, this is a well-worn path. It is kind of overgrown, but if I zoom in where the players see it, compared to, you know, this area, which I'm going to kind of fill in now as well, this area around the path is fairly lush, but the path here in the center of it looks like it's been traveled. And that's the important part, because your map is serving 2 functions. It's setting up the important information that needs to be. So this is an open meadow in a forest. And the important information is that this path right here is an animal path. This is a path that animals have traveled through the trees. It is the path of least resistance. Otherwise, they're kind of weaving in and out of this area, which in and of itself might be more challenging. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to just kind of fill in the rest of this now. And I'm using the high contrast here. And there we go. Now it looks like a proper forest. Again, we're going to come back in, drop the opacity a bit, and a little bit of extra terrain detail in here. So, there we go. There's our important information right there. But now, what also makes a forest interesting? Well, it's not just... I wonder. I do just forest. Is there a 2.0 forest? Nope, no 2.0 forest. But here we go. Now we can add, like, you know, some pine trees. Let's go ahead and just make this 100% the size again. There we go. Maybe add, like, a pine tree or 2 in here as well. And you can see now that I'm kind of being sparing about where I put some of these extra assets. Again, I don't want it to look too busy, but I also need to have them focused on the certain area. So now that we're here, we're going to drop this down to 50% of the scale again. So now that we're here into the middle, we need to add some extra detail. So let's add some flower bushes over here. Maybe some flower bushes over here. And we'll do sets of 3. There we go. Alright, so we have those. Now we're gonna put these under everything, so when I put them down, they're gonna look under the tree and everything. And I think for this one, I'm going to actually make them, you know, there's it. More options. I'm going to make this an area thing. So this is just a bunch of plants in an area. I can determine how dense I want them to be, and I want this to be fairly dense. I want to show, like, yeah, traveling in the other area, while possible, is also not necessarily advised. And if you've seen, like, forest and everything like that, you know what I'm talking about. There's a whole bunch of, like, ferns and everything that exist and stuff, but we're gonna make that, like, yeah, this is all the leafy plants down over here, around here. Maybe it thins out as it gets further away, so it shows, like, yeah, so maybe it's a little thinner around where the path is, but there's still, you know, plants along the path. But now we can see that this is actually looking like a proper map. It looks like, yes, this is a very dense forest, but then we have this open area of clarity. And that's what's important, to have the players know where things are clear enough. And then if we really wanted to, let's just drop this down. I can go in and add, like, these grassy areas here. I don't know, we're gonna add some random rotation. So, like, maybe there's a bit of a, there's like a bit of a hillage going on here. But I'm gonna say none, because that doesn't look that good. On the other map it will look fine because I wanted to actually have more rolling hills. Since this is a forest, we can add, you know, some roots coming out of a tree and everything like that. Let's add random direction as well. So we can go like, here's some roots there. Got some roots coming out here. Maybe there's a roots going there, and maybe this tree just has a little bit more roots going for it. And let's do little tiny roots there. As we know, sometimes trees have these just gnarled roots. I'm not doing it on every single tree. I'm picking out like a handful of trees that are, you know, kind of gnarly and everything like that. There we go. So that's some things. Now let's take off the forest moniker and look up bush. So we got a number of different bushes, jungle, these are some sewer plants, everything like that. We don't want those. But maybe we have some, yeah, let's put some more ferns in here. Well, we're gonna increase the scale of the fern a little bit. Gonna make it a dense fern. I'm gonna put them one layer lower so that they're, you know, and in the place that has, like, the most place I don't want them to go, this is where the ferns are going to be. Let's put them up one layer, and we're just going to kind of go plop, 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 plop. Change the density to... do that, change the density to a lot, and it's kind of just like... Once again, fill them out. Because sometimes things... I'll reconnect the network. Did I lose internet connection? I made a lot of changes. Okay, so I'm gonna hit save real fast. And we're gonna save it as that. So save the map so that we don't lose signal. What's this game? This game is not any game specifically. This is Incarnate. It's a map making software. And I'm just doing what I'm lovingly calling the Tabletop Workshop. Why my multi-chat isn't working correctly, I don't know. But thankfully, I looked over, saw the message on there, and voila. So yeah, pretty much what I'm doing is I'm making D&D content is what I'm doing. So I'm gonna add some more ferns, kind of just around the areas. Again, I don't want my players to necessarily travel. But yeah. So yeah, I call this set of streams the Tabletop Workshop, which is as I stated at the beginning of my stream, which I'll restate as many times as I need to, because who knows when people join and whatnot. But the whole point of this entire stream is to showcase, like, hey, this is what goes into, or this is what one DM does for their prep work and everything like that. And it's designed to kind of be a here's the thought processes that you should be making and everything. I just realized that is really just garbage down here. Damn. Now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through and we're just gonna delete all these ferns. I've got too many ferns. In fact, I'm just gonna delete all these -2 ferns. Why? They don't need to exist. So many goddamn ferns. Go away. And then we've got a whole bunch of leafy plants here. Holy moly. We're gonna go fern. Down to here, delete all that. There we go. Kind of clean it up a little bit. Gotta go back in and reduce some of it, but yeah, see, that's way too dense. Yeah, the biggest thing for any map design is that you need to have clarity on things. So it needs to be clear that there is stuff there, but you also need to make it clear that, yeah, if you want to walk in that area, you can. Because sometimes clutter isn't necessarily a good thing. Alright, there we go. See that? And you see me just taking out like a lot of that excess clutter made this entire thing look better. Now I'm going to keep some of these fern, some of those areas there, because I am going to put in some other things. We got some bushes in here. Let's get some, already got the flower bushes there, but let's go ahead and get, you know, some of these other flowers in here. We're going to drop the scale down a bit, about 40%, yeah. And we're just going to sprinkle these. Actually, let's put them up a layer. Let's put up a layer. And we'll do, you know, some further out. Alright, so that's those flowers. Let's get these flowers in here. Alright, let's get some yellow flowers in here as well. Maybe not as many. We'll put a bed of yellow flowers there. Do. And then I think, sure, we'll put in a rose bush or two. Try and figure out that's best, but we're not actually like going too far for this. And now we're gonna go back into the center here. So in the center here, we're gonna add some of these like forest plants around. Because despite this being a clearing, doesn't mean that it's necessarily object free. But as you can see now, I'm being more sparing about where I put items onto the map here, because we have to remember, what are these for? Reeds? I don't think I want to use those. Alright. So we can come back down to foresty stuff. We got grasping vines and everything. And you know what? Let's go ahead and do this. We're going to bring in some, you know, let's rotate these a bit. And we're actually going to make them a bit larger. Let's also drop the opacity a bit. How about there? Yeah, I think we'll do it like one at a time. And then I believe there's a way I can make it even more feathered out, can I? No, I don't think there is. However, I can select all of these. Create a group for them. Tracks, there we go. Organization's always important, guys, remember that. Let's actually fade them out a little bit further. There we go. Because I want the error to be a hint that something was traveling through here, but at the same time, these are old tracks. They aren't necessarily still fresh. Alright. Now then, the center part of the map still needs some TLC. So let's take a look at what we can actually add in here that makes sense. Because again, we have a whole bunch of stuff here. Oh, actually, we've got, you know, an ever classic one. We got rocks. Let's go to Cave 2.0 here. I always have rocks in here. We can scale it down. Because, you know, not everything is always a perfect path. Let's make that even smaller. Let's make it like, you know, there's some pebbles in here. And then we'll make the scatter area fairly good. That's way too dense. There we go. And then we're going to... There we go. Make it 11%. Let's scatter them further. So not very dense, because I want them... Oh, I see. If I do it like that... Ah, yes. And again, it's small details like this that really kind of make the map feel more alive and feel more realistic. But let's add a little bit more in here. Let's make let's do a boulder. Let's add a few boulders in here, like, you know. The reason why this is all clear is that maybe there's like a boulder or two in here. And we'll add a few small elements that normally wouldn't make sense just being straight in the forest, but you know, sometimes there's rocks in forests. Good morning, howdy. How we doing today? We're working on some tabletop stuff because I can. Right now we're making a map. Well, the first of a few maps being made today. Because this is the tabletop workshop where I kind of explain my thought process of prepping for tabletop games and stuff like that. And maps are the current subject at hand. So yeah, if any viewer has a question or any questions on like their own tabletop experiences or things like that, do not hesitate to ask. I'm lying in bed trying to sleep, but you just want to check out the TTRPG viewer? Alright, yeah, not a problem. Yeah, so the current software I'm using is called Incarnate. It is it's basically just a map building software. And as it sounds like, I think I am actually making a map for D&D, possibly something that my players will encounter. So it's another forest encounter map, pretty much. So, but if you're trying to sleep, then let my sultry voices, you know, a sultry voice put you to sleep and put you at ease and everything like that. Swinging rock. Oh wow. Lots of cool things in Incarnate. So many cool things. So we have caves. That's the core 2.0. Palm trees, everything like that. We've got what? Broken glass. Hello there. Thank you for the follow. Skeletons. Do we have? These are mostly just human skeletons. We don't want human skeletons. I try to avoid putting, unless if it's like obviously a location where, you know, if it's a location where obviously like there'd be a bunch of skeletons and everything like that, I normally don't put those in there. Or I won't put them in normally because, you know, it doesn't make sense to have that. Let's do this. These rocks, like, around the area. Again, I'm trying to keep the center as clean of clutter as possible because this is where the battle would take place. This is where combat is supposed to happen. So it needs to have the most clarity. The things around it can be less clear. That's why I'm adding like small detail stuff at the moment. And it's mostly just to kind of flush out the map more so than it is to have any real relevance to the situation at hand. So, you know. But overall, that would be the combat map that we have here. I don't think there's anything else. I mean, I can try and mess around with some of these other things here. Oh, you saw your tag. You also do voice acting? Well, I'm not a professional voice actor by any sense of the world. But because I am a dungeon master, I must learn how to do many voices in order to bring forth characters and everything. I am shocked. It's fun to try and do some different voices every now and then. My voice is a little hoarse right now, though, because I'm not having enough to drink. It probably doesn't help that I'm drinking an energy drink to keep me focused, but... I don't think we have sticks in here. Do we have sticks? Can't pass that. Marshmallow stick. That's not helpful. Farm. Bundle of sticks. That's not helpful either. Well, how about branches? Dead tree branches, which is just a dead tree. Just a dead tree. That doesn't help me at all. Alright. You're an intermediate going into amateur voice actor. You only gotten one project people tell me I need to go audition and like get into voice acting. I just haven't sat down to do that because I am me. That's really all I can say. Honestly, I don't think I want to add much more. Actually, wait. I know what to add. Mushrooms. We gotta have mushrooms in here. It's a forest, after all. We got fairy forest, epic swamp. Yeah, let's go these mushrooms here. Gotta add the mushrooms. And then we'll make this on a -2 level because mushrooms tend to grow like in like shadowy locations for the most part. So we'll have it like, you know, they're growing under the rocks and everything. Maybe they're growing right here on the not that one, but this one and that one. Like they're growing on the trees and everything like that too. Maybe they're growing around the bush area. We'll throw this guy right there and right there. There we go. So that's another thing to kind of like. Okay, see, here's another example of looking at my mouse makes you feel like a child DM all over again. Well, as long as the message is getting through of what I'm trying to convey, then I know it's a good map. In truth, we're all children, no matter how old we are. We think we know the rules of the game, but really we're just making it up as we go along. It's the nature of it all. Alright, there we go. Alright. I'm gonna call that good. I'm gonna call that map complete. Because it gets all the main points across that I am trying to convey. Now, if there's any other like key aspects that I wish to have emulated, then I will put them in via the tabletop everything. Yeah, it's prep for current ongoing campaign, is what it is. Hence why I call it the workshop, because I'm just decided. One, I didn't know what else I wanted to stream today, because I on my days off that I'm not doing tabletop stuff, I'm streaming other games, and I already did Octopath Traveler 0 for the week. And while I would love to play the game some more and continue from there, I don't feel like doing that twice a week. I feel like just doing it as a once a week thing because there's other stuff I want to stream. But I also didn't feel like doing any other game that I have on file because just like I'm not sure what I feel like playing right now. So I decided, you know what, let's just make this another tabletop related thing. So that's why I have the tabletop workshop here. And on the YouTube side of things, it's going under the game development tab because that's what dungeon mastering is half the time. It's game prep. It is game development because I'm developing the world and everything like that. And I know that a lot of new DMs, and I'm not expecting like I'm not expecting new players to easily find this stream and everything like that. but a lot of new players to being a dungeon master or anything like that, they don't necessarily know where to get started on certain things. Like, oh god, I want to make these cool maps, but I don't have confidence in making maps. Well, I don't have confidence in players understanding, oh hey, these are herb plants that the druid can come gather. There's some mushrooms that the druid can come gather. There's some animal tracks here for players to kind of infer that this is a path that they're traveling down. And things like that. I'm not expecting my players to fully see that, but, you know, I'm still putting them in there because I'm thinking of my players for that reason. And that's kind of the important thing about being a new Dungeon Master, is that you don't necessarily need to consider everything. I've been making maps for years now, as I go back here and kind of showcase like some of them. This is on like a handful of maps I've used in this program alone to actually make the maps and everything like that. And some maps are fairly simple. Like, let's take a look at this map right here. This was a quick map I made for my monk. Yeah, basically giving both external players the ability to explore and interact. And yeah, I'm giving things that players can interact with stuff. So there's this map. This map is just a camp map, and there is an arena right here. That's it. That's the entire map. This map only came into existence is because one of my players wanted to find another monk in an arena type thing, so they had an arena where they fought, and that's the entire map. And you can see like there's a few weird issues back then, but this was made years ago, like 4 years ago, where I was still, you know, mostly learning map development and map design. Going back to one of the really last edited 4 years ago. This is a 4-year-old map I'm going here, and I know ads just started up. So I'm gonna wait here for a moment while I bring this up. But I'll keep talking because I can and everything like that. So for the most part, I'm gonna just put text right here. Add. There we go. Ad break is on. Whoops. There we go. There we go. And then I'm just going to just. There we go. I'm just gonna put that right up here. Ad break is on. That's the name of this map. Ad break is on. Yeah, I kind of wish I could disable ads entirely on the Twitch side of things, but I can't because I'm not a partner, so I don't have that ability to do so. So the only real form of revenue I get from Twitch is from ads. And I do try and run the bare minimum that I can, which is 3 minutes of ads every hour. So on the one hand, it marks like, hey, I've been streaming for an hour. And on the other hand, it's also a good excuse for me to take a small little break when I get the opportunity to. Sometimes you need a small break when in the middle of stuff. And that's just the way that it is sometimes, so. Wow. Here I am. I'm being a loon. I'm a Looney Tune. Woo! Fun times. Anyway, we got about another minute left on ads here, and then I'll go into detail on like what this map's about and why is it so gosh darn simple. It's a very, very simple map for things like that. Actually, I do like this font. I want to use this font more often. Like, this is a really nice font. Like, it really is. But I digress. What is this saying? I am Fel English SC. We'll try to come back. Okay. Hey, I would if you manage to come back or anything like that. I don't know if you were actually able to hear the ads and everything like that. And thank you for coming out. And if you make it back, I'll see you when you come back. I'll be here for probably the next 3 hours. That's because that's how long my streams normally are. Alright, ad break is officially ended. Go away, ad break. Anyway. But yeah. I got your message. I paused for as long as I could. There's only so much I can do with ads, unfortunately, unless you have like Premium, Prime, or whatever subscriptions available. Whatever works. But yeah, back again to, it doesn't need to be a complicated map to get the point across. What does this map look like to everyone? Well, it's an arena. That's what this map is. It's a pit fight. There's some blood on the ground where like it's just stained into the floor, the sand on cobblestone. This is what the thing. This is a 4-year-old map. As you can tell, it's fairly not interesting. It's very thing. I have some torches that indicate where light sources are, but that's about it. There's not much else in this map, for the reason of that's all it was there for. But then you look at like the Cobalt Arena. This is a map that was made less than 4 years ago. And you'll see that this is a pretty major arena. And you can see like I have stands in the background, and I probably should have made the map bigger to incorporate more stands, but I never got around to it, and I ain't regretting nothing. Because it served its purpose. Because, again, the stands aren't the important part of this battle map. The important part is the arena itself, where they have things in it. And you can tell, like, there's not much detail in here. I mean, I could have done better with, like, some of these rocks that are in here. The kind of indicate like there's a little bit of rubble and everything like that. But the point is, like, what's the important information in this map? Well, there's 4 gates into the arena. It's surrounded by a huge, thick wall where fans can look on in the side ground. There's some drain holes here, probably to drain out water or for something else. And that's it. That's the important information of the map. Doesn't need to have a lot of extra detail. It doesn't need to be as dense as something like the forest we just made. Here's another example of a forest arena that I made. As soon as it loads up and everything. Yeah. So, what's the important information in this fight? Well, this is a very dense wooded area, but we have this opening and a clearing, and a little clearing down here where maybe the players are in hiding from something. And then here's a main path that they can travel through. And it's a fairly dense forest, but I didn't put a lot of other details in here because I just didn't do it. This is a map that I made fairly quickly because it was a random encounter that I wasn't expecting to make. And, yeah. But it served its purpose and did what it needed to do. It was a map that was made out of necessity. And again, one of the more recent maps made less than a month ago. This guy right here. This was when my players fought the liquid metal slime. And again, what's the important information in this thing? Well, this is the main road going through a forested area and a tree's in the middle of the road. That's it. That's the important message. It's not a complicated map by any sense of the word, but you can see that there's details in it. Now, one of the things I don't necessarily always do is I don't always do city maps. Mainly because I haven't figured out a good way of doing it. But we have Rhinevale here. Like the start of Rhinevale. And again, this is a really old map that I started making years ago in preparation for Rhinevale. And it's supposed to be a city map and everything like that. And I never finished it. And the reason I didn't finish it is because, well, at this time, it's not important. This map is not important to the campaign at the moment. So I never finished it. There's no reason to finish it. Do I know what Rhinevale looks like roughly in my head? Yes. Should I make a map of it for myself? Absolutely. Is it important to the campaign at the moment? No. So does it need to exist? No. It does not need to exist. But the point is, if I needed something to exist, that's what I do. So going back again to why is the map important? Let's take a look at the world map of Cestria. So this is the image that my players in Roll20 predominantly stare at, because I do 90% of any role-playing scenario as theater of the mind, meaning that people are only using their imaginations to kind of build up the scene. What is the important information on this map? Well, major cities and major roads and major landmarks. That's it. There's no extra detail on it. So when looking at my players, like, where are my players in this world? Well, they are right here. This is where my players are at currently. They're in this little section of the map, in a small, tiny, remote village that doesn't get a lot of major foot traffic. So then, what are all these? These are major towns and cities where roads travel through and people travel through the most. So this right here is Nuremberg. This is the main this is the starting city in the RPG Maker game I make. In the RPG Maker game that I am working on very, very slowly. I do apologize that I haven't had any major updates for it. My major updates for the game is I'm working on D&D lore for the world. But this is where Nuremberg is located. So that's an important city to have on the map. It is also a major hub in recent history. Okay? Because it is a crossing point between... It is a shorter trek from Rhineville, which is right here, to Terras Vera, which is the human capital city. So you go from Rhineville, you would pass through this town, this city right here, come down here, cross the river, cross this major river, head north, then, and cut through Nuremberg, cut through the northern forest here, cut through, fucking Lexstrom? I think that's Lexstrom. Pass through Lexstrom and then head to Terras Vera. So that's the major path that you would travel. Is there a road that leads through here? Yes, there are small villages in this area, but these are less traveled main roads because more often than not, this is a trade city, this is a trade city, and everything like that. And if we go, you know, to my lovely key up here, this is a main road and these are paths. So technically, yes, they probably are. I probably have in my lore somewhere that they're making a main road from here to here because they need to have faster travel here. So currently, though, they're taking this pathway travel to the main road here and then going up to the main road, or taking the path here to the main road and going that way. But all these main roads are exactly that. They are the main central traveling network in Cestria. And as you look, all the main roads are connected to the capital cities, except for Thorvendosh. Thorvendosh is kind of hard to get to, but there, and also whatever the hell I call the Beastskin capital, I forget. That is stretch. That is stretch. All right. Yeah, I forget about that. So, but that's the importance of this map. This map is basically a generic map of Cestria with major markings, so my players understand basic geographical location. Going now into a zoomed in view, this is the location that my players are ending up. This right here is the map that is the local area for that small northern village that my players that is not located on the map. So in truth, right now, my players are probably down here. Actually, they're probably more like down here, which is, you know, fairly far away from the map. So that's where my players are located. This is where my players are traveling. They are traveling to this tiny town in this big area, which was that unmarked area from before. And what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably end up putting this map on Roll20 eventually when I talk about this mountain village. Because this is a little mountain village, and as you can tell, there's a lot of hills in this area. Because it's at the very base of mountains, so the ground is kind of pushing into the mountains. Or vice versa, it's hard to say. But again, that's the secret to map making, is that there needs to be a reason for maps to exist. What is this map? This map down here is a bandit cave. It was a hidden bandit cave that was one of two possible maps that my players could have encountered when they were in Nuremberg. This is the one that they encountered. They would have gone to this one if they went the other way. No, wait, they encountered this one. Sorry, this is the map they encountered. They would have gone to this one. Point is. So, yeah. Anyway. Take another swig here. Alright, so I think we're going to make one more map. Another fantasy battle map as well. And I'm going to make this one bigger. Let's go ahead and make this 100 columns long and 150 columns tall. So we're going to get a nice little rectangular shape here. Now, why am I doing it as a rectangular shape? Because I'm going to make this one a little bit more complicated. So this is going to be more so a... Oh, did they take out the shovel tool? I think they took out the shovel tool. Oh, they did. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, they took out the shovel tool apparently. Because before, oh right, no, because it's a fantasy battle map. That doesn't exist in this version. That makes sense. All right. So this is a bandit stronghold. Actually, you know what? I think this map needs to be bigger. I'm gonna come back here. We haven't saved anything. So what we're going to do instead, we're gonna do this. And we're gonna make it huge. We're gonna make it let's not make it 1,000. Let's make it 200 by 250. And Bandit Stronghold 1. That's what we're gonna call it. So why am I making this map so huge? Because this is going to be what is colloquially known as a dungeon crawl. So this is going to be a series of dungeons, or a series of rooms that represent the dungeon thing. And it's going to start out with this outer area. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this texture small. So I'm going to go ahead and make part of this thing small. And I'll probably gradually work out the size. But there we go. That is the starting thing. Then I'm going to also do dark gray ground. I'm going to have this little bit of a transition period right there, but There we go. So everything... So, we're going to start off with this. So this map is breaking up into a couple sections, and we'll worry about the inside later based on how I decided to want to go to this. But this is designed as a means of like, okay, the players are going to start outside the stronghold. So like maybe there is... So let's go ahead. Actually, let's go with this. Let's do this. So we're going to start by adding some trees. Scroll back up. Where are my trees? We're going to add some pine trees here. And I think we're going to do, you know, kind of like this thing. So these trees right here are forming a natural barrier of sorts. Then I'm going to come in, add some smaller trees. Let's drop the scale down a little. Add that tree there. Alright, so there we go. So, there we go. So this is the start of the map here. This is kind of the important information. But now, let's actually go into kind of the important things. Let's make the actual bandit opening, everything like that. So the majority of the bandit stuff is going to be in the cave. And we're just going to make these kind of half scale. I kind of want the cave entrance to be right here in the middle. So we're going to go here. We're going to do random rotations. We're going to do not random rotations because I don't want to deal with them. We're going to kind of just build up a surrounding here real fast. Undo that one. I think is gradually kind of build out this circle thing, and it doesn't need to be like perfect. I mean, the bandits, so and then we'll put this last one like that. All right, so we got those. It's got a palisade door, so we can do door right there to kind of, you know, have it sealed in. We've got a mobile siege wall, we've got some siege towers and everything like that. Let's add some permanent fixtures in here. So we got a ballista and everything like that. Let's actually do smaller ballistas. So there we go. So this is a smaller ballista. And again, it's supposed to be like, you know, it's a bandit hideout. So they have some fairly well defended locations. And we're going to go ahead and slide these over slightly. And kind of make it look like these things are designed to aim through these little gaps here. And let's rotate you. Rotate you out. And then we're going to rotate you. So there we go. We'll use this for right now to kind of mark where the cave entrance is, because we'll get to that detail later. So, there's those. Do we have a tower? How about a tower? This is a siege tower, right? Yeah, that's not going to work. Because they have wheels and everything. I need not a tower. Let's try looking up watch. Nothing. Alright. So here's a scenario where I don't necessarily have a propped. I don't necessarily have a prop to do things with. So what am I going to do? I'm going to make my own. We're going to do this. We're going to drop the scale down. And I'm going to go... It's a little too small. Because again, this map is a lot bigger than it normally would be. But I don't want the wood planks to be like ridiculously huge. So do that. This. I'll do that. And now let's look up some stairs. I'll look up wood, and now we're going to look up, you know. I like this. A wooden trapdoor right there. We're going to make it slightly bigger, so it's actually the same size as that. We're going to rotate this 180 degrees. And we're going to stick it right here. Now, let's type in a ladder. And we got a pirate ladder. Let's do a wood ladder right here. We're going to rotate this 90 degrees, like so. We're going to put it down a layer. We're going to drop the scale by 10%. By 20. Let's do 25%. Drop it down by half. I'm going to put it right there. So there we are. Now we're going to do some beams here. Everything. Let's go wood again. There we go. Palisade walls. That's what we're going to need. Oops. These need to be on top of everything. We're just going to come through and rotate these 90 degrees. This is the level of detail that, you know, one can get into when they're trying to design their thing. It's a matter of understanding what are you trying to convey, how much work are you putting into it. So this is a stronghold, so the biggest information that is available is that this is heavily defended. Meaning that there are things that need to be actively aware of. And I'm going to kind of just move things around. So I think, all right. So now I'm going to take these So I'm going to copy this entire thing right here. I'm going to deselect. We're going. Redo. There you go. Right. We're going to select everything here. I'm going to come over to here. I'm going to find everything I need to know about. So we got the ladder. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come over to here and select all of these palisade walls that I had placed down here. I'm going to hit copy. Click over to here, hit paste. And then I'm also going to create a group. I'm going to call this Watchtower. And then I'm going to go through and I'm just going to delete these right here real fast. Actually, no, I'm going to keep those there because I don't know how well it's going to go. We've got the Watchtower here. We're going to rotate this. Nice 180 degrees. See, that was what I was slightly concerned for. Kind of see how that's like below everything. But if I do that, now it's above everything, but everything that's below it is still below it. But that's the important thing that I want to showcase. So now I can come over here and I can kind of clean this up a bit. So I'm going to delete all this palisade stuff I did over here. Since I went and did a nice group of it, I'm just going to select this group again, copy, paste. I'm going to how do I transform you? How do I transform you? Can I flip you around? I want to flip you around. How do I flip you around? Ah, there it is. I'm gonna flip that around. And then we're gonna stick it right over there. Alright, so now we have two identical watchtowers, and in the map here, they're all things. So I'm actually going to do this for these as well. Group those together. Tree line. And then we're also going to add these into the tree line as well. So there we go. And that's the biggest thing, is sometimes trying to keep things clean and organized will help you later on down the line. So this is an example of a really complicated map. The last map was fairly simple because it's just a one and done map. This is going to be, you know, more complicated. It's going to have more elements. It's going to be probably a lot bigger than I have right now. Right now I'm working from small to large so that I can actually focus on certain areas. So this is the important area right now because this is the entrance of the area. So let's go ahead. We're gonna add some. Let's add some stumps. We're gonna add some stumps in here. They'll make it look like they cut down the tree line here, specifically so that they can actually see everything. And you kind of, you know, in this scenario, I'm kind of going a little bit more loose with it. Because of the fact that, you know, it's supposed to be like, oh yeah, there was a bunch of stuff here. Actually, let's not do one that close, do that close. But as you can see, I'm keeping this little line right here open because that's a transitional point. Maybe we say that there was a big tree that was like right here. They cut down. There we go. I like it. Alright. So now let's go back and take a look at like some of the other stuff that we have here. We've got some flags and everything like that. Do we have any like... There we go. Fallen red. Oh, it's a fallen flag, so it's not standing. These are standing flags, right? Yes, they are. Some of the other things that you can actually try and do, you can try and overlay. No, that's blend mode. I know there's a way to change color and everything like that. But we will. Let's see. Let's do a banner. Flags and banners. There we go. Let's see what we have here. So fallen flag, fallen. So these are the fallen flags. Castle. Wavy flags. We did some skull flag decorations. Again, we need to drop the size down because this is oops. Let's put that on top of stuff. There we go. No, let's not do that one. Let's see. Angled flags, straight flags, tattered flags, wavy. Yeah, now we can make these things bigger. I'm gonna keep with the red because evil bandits. So yes, there we go. And then we're gonna make sure that we let's see, we got this flag and this flag. We're gonna drop that into the group, and then this flag and this flag, we're gonna drop that into the group as well. So there we go. So there's some flags on here to kind of showcase that, yeah, they have some sort of decoration on here. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna have this guy sit right here in the middle. And now we're gonna look up some more stuff. Get rid of that tag here. Look at the camp stuff. So this is a bandit camp. This is the bandit stronghold thing, and you know there probably would have a few things here set up. So I'm gonna put campfire here. Maybe a campfire like over here as well. Got a cooking stand. Let's make those a little bit bigger, shall we? 35. There we go. Again, the downside when it comes to a lot of these small details is that they may not be noticed. You know, we're going to head do one at a time. Let's make this thing bigger so it's recognizable as a campfire. Same thing over here. We'll make it bigger. There we go. There we go. And then we can make the cooking stand. We'll make that a little bigger as well. And this a little bigger as well. Just kind of center it more. Let's actually rotate it. There we go. Because having everything being perfectly aligned doesn't always work. Alright, so there we go. We got that taken care of. Hmm. Got some stew there, but I think we're gonna go for... Let's see, what else we have? What's on the old campstead here? Bunch of random little things here. Got some lumberjack axes. I think we'll do this. Actually, we'll put that there. Show that they were working on stuff. Some small tents. What else do we do? What else to do here? Do they have torches anywhere? Although I think I kind of like those palisades a little bit better than the ones that they... no, the other ones work fine too. That's fine. Alright, so that's core stuff. Core 2.0. What do we have in here? Core 2.0. I try to use the 2.0 stuff when I can because they're a little bit better. Sconce is a light on the side there. So let's type in torches. Let's see. I spell torches. I can't spell torches. Alright, let's do it. Torch. There we go. Let's see. So, then we got core. So yeah, I'm making this map with the assumption that my players are attacking at night. That's how I'm doing it. Let's do group. This is tree stumps. So after certain points, it gets a little too crazy here. Let's do this palisade and palisade. Keep the ballistas separate. That's fine. Wavy. Did I actually get those in here? I didn't. They didn't go. Get in there. Alright. Let's see now. I don't... Yeah, so we're gonna add, you know... maybe add a oil lamp hanging off of the side here. So we're gonna rotate this 180 degrees. Maybe that's just hanging off the side there. Yeah, you can't really tell what that is because it's tiny now, unfortunately. The downside when you do a map at scale is that you get the good detail when it's like, there's the good detail, and then you drop it down to this, and it's like, what is that? Although, I think that might be a good size. Yeah, I think that's a good size. Alright. So we'll just have those two sitting on there. This goes into the first one. This one goes into the second one. There we go. All right. And I think that's pretty good for the front half of the thing. Walls. Let's look up walls now. So there's a number of walls that we can actually probably do, but I think a better thing to do would actually be doing this. Getting the line tool here, and then us making a cliff wall. So this right here is a nice little tool that I can just go like, okay, here we go. This is the cliff wall in general, and I can kind of draw out where I want it to go, and then it makes the detail. Go over to the other side here. And voila. And then we can come in and just grab the path and make the path wider, shorter, however we need it to be. But then it saves some time. So if my players only see that, they can see, yeah, that goes right up against the cliff. Actually, this is backwards, I think. Let's, there we go. As we can see, this is a lot more detailed, and now we have our things here. We're gonna come into our group here real fast. I'm gonna take this other flag. I'm gonna raise that up 2 layers. That's going over top of the Can I go back to the whole thing there, please? Thank you very much. How do I go back? How do I go back to what I need? All right, deselect all. Okay, seriously? Hello? I'll select all. I'm done with this. How do I get out of this thing, please? Thank you. Thank you. Alright. And again, we can move this thing back slightly so that it's not quite right. But there we go. And then if I really need to, I think I can go in and edit the path. Maybe. There we go. I can edit the path as needed. So if I need to move the path out into this direction, I can do such a thing. It'll take a moment to do so, because I gotta move all these points individually, but I have more control over the wall than me trying to place down, like, the random little bits of information. I could delete little sections of it. I don't need all of these sections. There we go. There we go. Problem solved. Alright. Drag that up here like that, and then there we are. And I'm going to group these two together. I'm going to call it the outer wall. Outer cliff face. And then I'm going to lock it so that I can't actually move these things. Oops, something went wrong. Save backup. Oh no. Save. We're going to save this to the desktop here for a second. I think the entire thing... Sure, we'll send this fatal error. I'm not gonna do that actually. I'm gonna close this out. Reload this page. Leave. That's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. Give me a second, folks. I gotta go to... First off, we're going to minimize this. I'm gonna go to my desktop. I'm gonna attempt to go to my desktop. Go to the desktop here. Choose an app on my computer. This is why you always back up your saves. Where is it? It's under here. Here. Open. Always. Give me a second. Some technical issues are here. I think I got it. There it is, yep. There we go. We got it, I figured it out.
That's another tip. Another major Dungeon Master tip, or any creative process tip.
Save your shit often. Save. Spastic saving, better saving, everything like that. We'll see if this actually, And so here's how the map will look when loaded, so... Yep, everything is still there. We did a good job. We'll double check it, and then we'll hit save before we go too much further. There we are, look at that. There we go, and save. Saving the map. That's what I get for not hitting the save button. Alright. We'll do what? Yeah. So, like I said. Alright. There you go. We've been saved. I'm going to come through here. Oh. I'm going to use the things I've already used. I'm going to draw in the rest of the green here. Alright, and now we're going to change it up. We're going to drop the opacity down. Kind of muddy up the area around here. Kind of showcase that, yeah, this is not necessarily all the best thing here. Let's get some, let's get some dirt in here as well. Might be a little too dark. Let's drop it even further. There we go. And kind of making it look a little dirty. Especially around the places where, like, foot traffic tends to happen the most and everything, which is right here at the entrance area. Oh, no, cancel. What am I doing? Stop it. Stop pressing buttons, Hiita. Alright, and then we're going to go back to here and a little bit more green back in at the very recesses. Then we'll go back to the stone here and back up to 100% opacity, and we're just going to, you know, cover all that in. Is that 100% opacity? Thank you very much. There we go. Alright. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a way that I can emulate lighting in here, but I don't remember how. Well, I might be thinking of Roll20. I might be thinking of Roll20. I'm gonna just make this a little bit... That's good. Let's save it real fast, because we got all that texture in there now. Save it, save it, save it. Alright. And then we're gonna go into the Palisades. We're gonna grab this guy here. We're gonna move him out a little. So right there. Excellent. Alright. Back to scene. There he is. Save one more time. Because again, saving constantly is a good thing. And there we go. There is the outside of the bandit stronghold. Now, when it comes to the interior of it, I'm going to have a different mindset for it. And I think I'll start with the first room, because I kind of want to showcase where it's at and everything. And because this is a natural cave to start off with, and it's going to be, you know, kind of a natural start. And for caves, you kind of want them to be, you know, a bit more uniform. I don't think I can actually. Okay, I can. Sweet. That's what I was afraid of. Undo that. I'll do it from far away. So we can kind of have a more natural thing, and maybe it opens up to a large cave area like this, and I'm just going to draw out this whole thing like so to start off with, but I'm going to add more later on. So there it is. So this is the opening cave entrance here, and then I'm going to go one step further. Let's just say that maybe there's a pathway that leads off into that direction, and maybe there's a pathway that leads off into that direction, and maybe a pathway that leads off this way as well. So what does that mean in entirely? That would mean that I would have to expand the map further up, left, and right. And I might do that. But for now, I'm going to undo those entrances. And I know for a fact that I'm going to go up into the map further, so I am going to put a... first off, I'm going to... First off, I'm going to select that, come to path, and then I'm going to select this, and I'm going to put a definite pathway right here, because I know for a fact I want to go up into the cave later. But right now, we're focusing on here. Let's go ahead and get, you know, let's just fill in this area with a different texture so I know that this is the area that I'm working. And again, one of the key features is don't add things that aren't going to be of importance. So this is a solid rock. There's no importance in this area aside from this is solid rock. This is the important area. So that's where it should represent. Let's drop this down. Add a little bit other texture in here. And again, layering textures is kind of a key aspect to a lot of like believable terrain. And some of it is going to be easier said than done. Sometimes it's just a matter of finding that right balance. Like, definitely I want the main path that is traveled to be a bit more roughed up again. Like, places that have more travel, well, it should be more chaotic. Then we have some rocks. Let's make the texture scale small. Let's make texture scale larger. Oh, we can actually do 100% on this one because this is, you know. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's make it small. Let's make it large. About yay big. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the pebbles differently. I don't like doing that texture. Alright, but what's important inside this area? Well, this is the main, this is like one of the main sleeping areas, so I'm gonna have a large tent put up in here. Actually, yeah, let's make that a red tent. Mark the bad guys with red. And then we're going to have a lot of small tents. And we're going to use that random. We're going to drop the scale down a little bit. Kind of like the individual tents. Maybe we'll get a medium-sized red tent in here. Oh, I don't know how to do that. I can go back to this and select this and undo that. Select that. Do that a few dozen times. Alright. And then we're going to go around, and I think I'm just going to spread out the tents that we have here. Alright, so the biggest thing now is, what is the lore of this room? Why is this room filled with tents? And I'm going to put, you know, fire, large fire here, large fire there. Maybe they got a sconce right here. And then let's put in some extra things here. What is in this cave that makes it for this thing? This is kind of a staging area. So this is where, like, you know, bandits that are passing through have all their stuff. So maybe they have a few things, like, you know, scattered about and everything. We're gonna add some randomness to this. We're gonna drop the scale down another, like, 20%. There we go. I'm gonna toss a few things, like, around. Maybe we have, you know, just regular travel packs in a random orientation. Some guy doesn't trust other people, so he put his backpack behind everyone, behind his own tent. Actually, I like that one better. That's a better place. So, all right, there we go. So there we go. Got some of those in there. Maybe there is, you know, some storage in here. Let's find. Oh yeah, got a portable table. Maybe there's a portable table closer to this larger tent, like right here by the sconce. And on this table, maybe there's a map. And we just find a good-looking map. We just put that right there. It's a little hard to see the detail on the map, so we're going to make it slightly larger. There it is. So now we have a little bit of detail on that map. Definitely an oil lamp that's lit. Maybe not on that side of the table, but maybe on this side of the table. I'm actually going to put this as part of the outer cliff face so that I don't accidentally grab it when I do this. Because when I do that, then I just grab all that stuff. And I'm not grabbing any of the other things that are here. So I'm going to group them into different sections for different reasons. So let's see, what else do we have in thing? We got 10 spikes. I don't think we're gonna have those in here. So we got some hunting knives. I don't think we're gonna have anything else. Things. We got water skins and everything like that. Let's take a look at some other stuff. Here's some core aspects here. So we got some bottles and everything. We may have to, you know, start looking into some other things. Artisan stuff. No, not those things. Desert, nothing for desert. Dungeons. Dungeons are always good. Dwarves. No dwarves. Dwarves 2.0. No dwarves 2.0. Eastern Castle. Eastern Temple. Anything good for Eastern Temples? Nothing that I see. Effects, elves, no. What else do we have? And got some home stuff, so like wooden plates. Yeah, maybe there's like a couple of wooden plates like scattered about by the fire pits here. So they're eating. Maybe this guy had a plate right there, and maybe on that plate were some food and stuff like that. You know, things to kind of like give life to the area without like overcluttering it. Because sometimes just having that small stuff, like here's some market stuff, here's some food stuff. Let's go ahead, you know, put like an apple on this plate. Let's go ahead and make let's go ahead and do a some cheese each. We'll drop that size down here, make a random rotation. There we go. Like, it's hard to see, but that's details that's not necessarily important. Let's grab, you know, some other things, like maybe there's some crates that are in use. Got some empty boxes here. We got some food storage stuff. I know, we got water barrels. Water barrels are important. Make them a little bit larger. We'll put a water barrel over here. We'll put a water barrel over here. Maybe there's one down over here. Maybe there's one over here. Yeah, just water barrels, because you know people need water. There's a nice world map there. What else can we put? Got some orc encampment stuff, which is always always the thing we do. Yeah, let's look up some weapon wax. So, we look up weapons, and then we look up for some weapon racks and everything. Yeah, weapons and armor. So here we go. We got a weapon rack. Maybe this is. Maybe that's placed kind of haphazardly right there. Maybe this one has a weapon rack over here. Kind of adjust it to make it all kind of make sense there. Alright, got weapon racks. Maybe there's and we got someone's battle axe leaning up against next to his stuff over here. And we got a warhammer. Let's get it at a random angle. Where is it leaning at? It's leaning up over here, next to the barrel, because that's where it's at. Got a shield leaning up right there. Maybe someone has an armor rack near their tent. How about, you know, right up here? There's an armor rack right there. No armor on it. He's wearing it. Maybe this guy has an armor rack, but he hasn't put his armor on. Maybe he's in the process of changing his clothes and everything, so he has it right there. Yeah, it's the small details that end up making a map feel believable or not. Maybe this bandit, let's drop the scale down a bit. Maybe this bandit, maybe this bandit left his clothes out by mistake. Who knows? Stuff like that. Then we can go one step further and make more detailed. Great. Let's get a crate here. I'm gonna put it. Let's make it slightly bigger. And then let's go arrows. And now we have, you know, a bundle of arrows right here. And then we're gonna rotate these 90 degrees. And maybe this is all. Scale it down by a little. And they have a whole bunch of arrows right there, ready to go. Oh, so things like that. Let's get some bows. Bow. Bow and quiver. I don't think there's a leaning bow, is there? Oh, there is a leaning bow. Look at that. Let's make it slightly bigger. Let's give it a random orientation. Let's not give it a random orientation. Let's manually control it. There you go. So there's some bows there, stuff like that. Let's look for some other things. Potion. Let's incorporate, you know, some of these random potions in here. We got red potions. We're gonna drop the scale down a bit. Maybe there's a red potion here, a red potion here, maybe a red potion here. Maybe there's a couple of red potions over here. There's a triangular red potion and a square red potion there. Let's get some green potions in here. Green square, and let's put, you know, green circle, green triangle. Now let's get a blue potion in here. And we'll do, oh yeah, perfect. It's circle brown on there. Maybe this person right here. Let's do -2. We're gonna put it right there. So it's under the tent, it's in the tent. And we'll also put this one right over there, so it's under the tent too. Let's add some more potions. One right there. One right there. So maybe there's a bunch of, like, potions of healing in here. Maybe they're not like great potions of healing, but they're potions of healing nonetheless. But it's like these little tiny things add to the world a lot. Let's go crates again. Let's go ahead and add, like, you know, these wooden crates that are like blocking certain locations. Maybe this one was opened right over here, and we got, you know, another let's add some randomness to it. We got that. Maybe that one was opened. That one was empty. We'll put a crate over here. Put some more crates around. This guy opened over here. Maybe this crate was empty. And these all little random things that, you know, people take for granted sometimes. Maybe they had a reason that they, you know, had all these crates here. Let's undo that one. Undo that one. We're gonna do that there. And that one we'll just put on top of it. So yeah. There's always a number of aspects that one can think about for building their map up and everything like that. Like, why are certain things the way that they are? Why are they here? And it doesn't need to be like anything super complicated. You know, let's go back to, you know, this clothing here. Let's drop this down a layer and let's do what we did with the other one. Put it in here, rotate it out, and then move it so it's like, oh no, he took his clothes off and now he's like, you know, in there getting dressed. Let's do what, staff? Let's see what staffs we have. Got a redstone staff. Let's make this -2. Maybe we'll do random rotation. Perfect. We'll stick it out like that. So it's underneath there. There's something sticking out of the tent there. Let's just look up weapons again. Yeah, maybe someone has, you know, let's do random orientation. There we go. There's that. Maybe someone's a dwarf. Nah, let's not use that one. How about, let's see, we got Titan Sword. We don't want Titan Sword. We want, you know, maybe someone, maybe someone over here is like a blacksmith or something for the group. Oh, and he has... I'll do that so I have it. He just happens to have a crate right here full of random assorted sword handles. Alright, there we go. Do that, delete those two. Let's come back over to here. And we have other things that we can put in here, possibly. You know what, this is Stronghold, let's do this. Let's also say that, you know, they have a quiver right here of magical arrows. Whether or not I remember the magical arrows or not is a different problem, but, you know, maybe we'll stick them right here on top. Actually, no, let's do that one. So it's sticking over there. And then finally, to kind of add into this, let's go blacksmith. Do that, take that out. How about we do that? Space, is there anything on that? How about anvil? There we go, we got an anvil. Dwarven 2.0. Yeah, let's do it like this. Like, there's an anvil right here. Take this tent, we'll move it over a bit. Maybe there is a furnace. There we go, we got a furnace. And then maybe we'll take this thing here. We'll take this. Move that back a little bit. We'll take this box and we'll put it right here so it's kind of underneath the tent. Rotate the anvil. And we'll come back to our furnace. Drop the scale a little bit. It's a tiny furnace. It doesn't... Can't really do much with it. There we are. And that's right there. There we go. And now we need, a hammer. Hammer. No. Hammer. That's not how you spell hammer. Hammer. There we go. Oh, and we'll just, make the hammer slightly bigger. Lay the hammer across the anvil. Maybe rotate it the other way so it's, There we go. And from right there, we just gave life to this opening bandit cave here. Save it. Save it before things go wrong.
But there we are.
And that's kind of the secret to understanding, like, how do you want to build out a map? How do you want to fill it in with life when there normally isn't much life to fill out for it? I've gone slightly over where I wanted to go. No, I wanted to take a break on the second hour, but I kept going because I wanted to finish it. So, yeah, there it is. That is the start of the Bandit Stronghold. I do plan to have more because a bandit stronghold shouldn't just be 2 areas. It's a bandit stronghold in my world. Bandits are a major threat in my world. So, maybe this was a natural cave to start off with, just a small little cave entrance that a group of bandits found. They started building up a camp here, and then when they realized they needed more space, they started digging and creating an actual, like, dungeon labyrinth over here. So maybe there's actually now more room, more stuff, more things happening deeper into the mountain. They carved it out, or kidnapped some miners and had them start mining it. But this opening spot is just a like defense force. Like, this is the start of the area. Now I might put in some other things, who knows? I might find ways for it depends on how things go. Are my players going to be trying to sneak into this area? If so, what sort of dangers do they have in here that they are not aware of? One thing I also might do is I might initially start off like, this is the map that the players see. This is the map that the players start off fighting in, or maybe like that to be more accurate. So they start off with this, and then as they go further into the cave, more of it gets revealed. So maybe there's a new map that's like this, but when I'm designing it as one big map, so that I know where everything is geographically located. Let's head back out. Here's a prime example right here. The map that hasn't been used yet, but may one day get used. I'll keep this one brief because there's thing. So this is just one really big map. There's different little areas for different things, but as you can tell, like, this is like a natural cave. This is something that someone dug out. You can see that I made little pathways, and the areas that have no importance or the players don't see, there's no detail. It's just this rock kind of thing. But all the pathway, this stuff right here, this is the important information. This is where stuff is. I have little ambush points. I have, like, here's a waste area where people go to the bathroom. Here's a butcher area, another waste pile. Here's maybe where they take prisoners and executed them. Here's some, like, other bits and pieces and stuff. So, like I said, overall, this map is complicated, but yet, when you look at what's actually in there, there's not much in there. Because you don't need a lot of detail to convey a message. What is the map there for? What is the map trying to tell the people looking at it? And what is important? Looking at this front thing, well, here's a path that people can travel up. Right here. You get to this open area. This is a kill zone. They cut down these trees to make it visible to see. They have watchtowers keeping an eye out for things. And they have some heavy ordnance to deal with some heavy threats. Coming into the cave here, they have a little doorway to kind of keep people out more efficiently. And then they have, a staging area. So maybe this is where the front defense garrison is located in this stronghold. So these guys would be the ones that would fight out here in the frontline battle area. And maybe it's a light thing. So maybe there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe there's, on average, 10 people who are always on guard. 10 people that, will be scattered about. Maybe these are all 2 tents. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 people that defend the front gate here. And this is 16. This is where, like, the captain of the watch is. And then this is 17th right here. Dog is barking like that. This is 17th. This guy's not a frontline fighter, but he's the blacksmith that maintains the equipment and everything like that. And with that in mind, now I have a frontal defense force idea. So let's say that there's a grand total of 17 bandits in this area. 2 of them are going to be staying back. So there's only 15 I have to worry about placing. So maybe we have 5 guards. Maybe we have 6 guards active at any given time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one guard per tower. 1 guard to man each of the ballistas. At 2 people all guarding the main entrance, and then 1 person that maybe goes on patrol or is kind of bouncing between everything like that. So there's 5 to 6 people out front engaging in combat, which means that there's 10 people inside. And they may be doing their own things, like some people may be hunched over here, some person may be changing, some person may be getting their weapon ends worked out. Maybe this person's sleeping, maybe this person's sleeping, who knows? It depends on what is going on when my players come here. That's the challenge that ends up happening. It's what is the real world environment about? But now we have the elements in here to kind of tell the story. The map tells the story like, okay, they're planning something, or maybe they are hashing out a plan, and stuff like that. So yeah, food for thought, things to think of, and that's just the nature of, you know, map making. Alright. Anyway. So, that's map making in my workshop. To kind of give you an idea of like my thought process of when I go make a map, this is what I'm thinking about when planning out this map. When I'm planning out the creation of a map, why is it there? What's important about it? And what story elements can I tell in the map design and detail? And that's all the important stuff. But you know, there's only so much detail you can do on a map without having lore. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And when we come back, I am going to work on some written lore. So we're going to go in and we're going to write some more lore on the demons. So I'll be right back, folks. I just need to go to the bathroom, and I know we're getting tired of this song. So I'm going to go ahead and change up the song here real fast. And I'll be back. Alrighty, we have returned, and now I am on the right screen. We're back to lore writing, and so yeah. Another thing about my tabletop workshop here that I'm going to come right back to is that, you know, there is only so much you can do without lore. And I'm here on World Anvil, not sponsored. Would love to be sponsored. I really need to do my own research on how to get sponsorships because, let's be honest, I would love to be sponsored by World Anvil. It's a lovely website, and it's fantastic because not only do you get, you know, the ability to create your own website, you can do so much on it, and it also provides so much more, like, specific details and everything like that. So it really does help with a bunch of aspects of stuff. So pretty much, yeah, I'm here with the demons and everything like that, and eventually I'm gonna add photos of things like I did for the dragonkin and everything like that. And it is going to be probably mostly AI, except for the stuff that I did find and everything like that. But I have my reasons for using AI for this until such a time that I am able to. Until such time that I'm able to actually hire artists to make stuff. The website is a free version. There is no paying for anything like that. But if I ever make a official publication for it, I'm gonna try and get all actual drawn artwork and everything like that. A proper paid for and subscribed things. But yeah, we're here talking about demons again. So when I last left off, which was a while ago, we left off the ecology and habitats. I was going to go further into reproduction, I think, but I'm not going to because I don't want to. But now we're going to take a look at the prompts here. So we've done the ecology thing, dietary needs and habits. You know what? Sure, we'll put some of these things in here. Biological cycle, I will go into different. I may go into something, but we're definitely going to go into dietary needs and habits. And I have my lovely speech to text integrated Windows 11 thing here to help out with stuff. So this way I can speak my mind, keep the entertainment going, and not just have just typing in the background. I had to go back and edit a few things here and there, but at least it's going to be more accurate spelling than what I normally do. Hooray! I can't spell. I can't spell, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's embarrassing, I know. It is absolutely embarrassing, but I can't spell. Alright. So, dietary needs of demons. While demons tend to... I don't know what the fuck I'm doing there. Well, they tend to need to eat food. Fuck. That's terrible. That was a terrible line, lady. Let's try this again. And alright. Demons are predominantly carnivores, feasting upon the flesh of their victims and those they hunt. Period. It is not unheard of for demons to be herbivores or eat other plants, comma. However, on average, meat is on the menu. Period. There we go. So yeah, these things are predominantly carnivores and everything like that. However, there is one other source of nourishment a demon may feast upon, comma. Magical essence. Period. Alright. let's see. So, what does it eat? Does it hunt, forage, or when the lack of physical sustenance is not available, comma, a demon may siphon the magical energies of other creatures or elements in order to sustain themselves. Period. As such, comma, it is not uncommon to see demons feasting upon magical gemstones. And that's the only downside about this stuff, because it is, I don't know why it, like, duplicated 50,000 billion times, but we don't want that. Uncommon to see demons feasting upon magical gemstones. Come back in here. Fix that uncapital there. Put a period there. Or draining the life out of a creature. Period. There you go. Do the editing there. Whether or not demons hunt other demons for their own nourishment is widely unknown, comma, but speculation suggests that it is highly possible and highly likely. Period. Alright, there we go. That's it. That's the demon's dietary needs. So they feast upon magical essence, and then they also, you know, feast upon meat and everything. Short, sweet, and simple. Alright. That's the thing. The biological cycle. How does the species get affected in presence of time to changing? So, oh, yeah, you know, let's see what we got here. So, yeah. Within here, how does the biology of the creature so demons, how does the biology change with the passing of time, seasons? Does it go into hibernation, things like that? So I think this is going to be more explaining, like, how does a demon evolve based on the environment? Demon biology is, comma, fickle, as some scholars have described it. Period. It is largely believed that demons are in one part affected by their own bloodline, in addition to the environment they find themselves in for long periods of time. Period. And I just make sure it refreshes. So that's because if I keep talking, it will do that weird loopy thing again, and I don't want it to do that, so. Records have indicated that demons will adapt rapidly to their environment should they spend any extended amount of time within said environment. Period. A fantastic record talks about an imp. Delete that. A study on imps, comma, where one imp was placed in an environment of incredible heat and another in an environment of incredible cold. Period. within a matter of 1 year, despite... I'm gonna fix that one up here real fast. Despite both imps being of the same species, comma, each imp adapted to their environment becoming more suited for the extreme heat and the extreme cold, respectively. Period. Therefore, it is common theory that demons I don't know why I messed up that. Demons in the 7 layers of hell also adapt dependent upon the environment of those layers of hell. Why do you do that to me? Let's see. Therefore, it is common theory that demons in the 7 layers of hell also adapt to the environment of that layer within a similar amount of time as the imp experiment was conducted under. Period. Okay, you need to stop capitalizing that, please. Thank you very much. Therefore, it is common theory that demons in the 7 layers of hell will adapt to the environment of that layer within a similar amount of time as the imp experiment was conducted under. So yeah, basically saying that demons can evolve rapidly within time, but they do have their inherent elemental weaknesses and everything like that. Blah 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 blah. Alright, behavior. Oh, I did that wrong. Let's do this again. Behavior. How do these? Alright. Behavior. What is the generic behavior exhibited by the species and members of its species? Is it's predators or predated species? So it is widely expected and known that demons are violent, aggressive, and most often than not, manipulative. Period. However, comma, the level of which their aggression or their manipulative nature is predominantly dependent upon the hierarchy and classification of said demon. Period. Alright, there we go. A higher class demon, such as a devil, comma, will show more intelligence, tact, and manipulative natures versus a demon under the classification of abomination, comma, which would be more aggressive and violent and openly hostile to those around it. Period. I gotta make sure my classification is correct here. Monstrosities. Of monstrosity. A monstrosity. There we go. A higher class demon, such as a devil, will show more intelligence, tact, and manipulative natures versus a demon under the classification of monstrosity, which will be more aggressive and violent, aggressive, violent, and openly hostile. Let's get rid of the "and" there and put a comma there. Aggressive, violent, and openly hostile to those around it. Regardless, there is no known record of a, quote, peaceful demon. Period. So there we go. That's their behavior. They are aggressive, manipulative, and demons are violent, aggressive, and most often than not, manipulative. Over the level of anything. There we go. Alright. There we go. Perceptions and sensitive natures. These are just additional information. Demons' abilities vastly outclass the majority of most humanoid creatures, and sometimes beasts as well. Period. Autopsies of demons. Of the various, but few autopsies of demon cadavers have shown that demons tend to have better eyesight, hearing, smell, let's do it this way instead. Overall senses and let's see. Overall senses between the 5 standard senses of sight, sound, taste, touch, sight, taste, touch, and smell. I know it's like one more. Put a comma between all these. So sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. However, let's do this. I do, however, a lot. It can be noted, however. I did not pick that up. It can be noted, however, that not every demon shares the same qualities. Let's do this. Quality of sensory superiority as you tell when my brain stops working because I just kind of stop.
And not every demon has the same quality of sensory
superiority as the next demon. Don't need has in there. I'll do a period there. An imp might have better hearing than that of a cat, comma, but will have weaker sight than a human. Period. That's how to change that up, but might have weaker sight than a human in daylight. Needless to say, comma, it is to be expected that demons outclass any humanoid species in terms of their natural sensory capabilities. Period. Yeah. That's just a bit of, sensory capabilities. It's not going into full detail, but we need to have something in there. Alright. Is it extinct? No. Parent species? No. Specific scientific name? I think this is in the sidebar. Scientific name? Yeah, it's up here. Scientific name, demon. Alright, there we go. Done. Done. It's scientific name of demon. Alright, let's see. What else do we have here? Origin, ancestry. Origin, ancestry. We're going to put stuff here. While the true origins of demons is unknown, comma, it is believed that demons existed before the world's creation and became a part of the world through happenstance. Period. Basically saying, like, demons were a part of the original world here. The origin. The true origin of demons is unknown. It is. Alright, so we have that there. There we go. Conservation has. No, nothing. Geographical description. Where is the species encountered and what geographical location thing? We're not going to worry about that. Discovered by... We're not going to do any of those things. Alright, so there we go. So that's all the generic information on them. Ha ha ha! Now the extended information. Holy shit. Biological traits. What are some of the traits of... like gender and role? Alright, so... biological traits.
Oh boy! Here we go! So...
biologically speaking, comma... biologically, demons are easily recognized by most humanoid races. Period. Demons of specific classifications tend to show more physical differences between male and female, comma, versus demons of other classifications, which may be more amorphous or androgynous. Period. Devils are by far the easiest to identify between male and female, as they look closer to humanoid creatures than other classification of demons. Period. Fiends, on the other hand, can be a bit more amorphous or androgynous in their appearance, often not being easily identified as male or female. Let's do this. As male or female at a glance. Period. Let's see. Identified as male or female at a glance. Let's first off change beans to beans. Devils are by far the easiest to identify as male or female, as they look closer to humanoid creatures than other classifications of demons. Fiends, on the other hand, and are more androgynous and are more amorphous and androgynous as in their appearance. And what the fuck did I say here? God damn. My speech is terrible here, folks. Terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Let's see. Androgynous and androgynous in the appearance. Delete that. Not being easily identified as male or female at a glance. Amalgamies and monstrosities are nearly impossible to identify in terms of their gender. Biological differences, and flora and fauna can really only be identified as truly male or female based off of known plant logic. Period. Oh no. Let's do amalgams. Amalgams and monstrosities. We'll capitalize monstrosity because we're referring to the classification of it. So that's a biological trait. So that's basically it. I'm not going into too much detail on that one. Social structure. This is actually an important one. Where is it? Down here. Social structure. While much is not known about... While much is not known... The true social... Bleh. That was terrible to read there. The true social hierarchy of demon and demon culture, it is documented that there are several ranking authorities within demon society. Period. Let's see now. I like how it doesn't have any, like, proper explanation for social structures. It's kind of funny that everything else has, like a little hint on how to do stuff, where this one doesn't. Social structure. You just kind of have to know what social structure is, by definition. Let's see. How about this? Let's do. Let's see. As far as records are concerned, comma, the following list is the basic known structure of demon social hierarchy at this time. Colon. Minion, comma, lesser, comma, minion, lesser, minion, lesser, greater, comma, superior, comma, lord, comma, let's see. There we go. So we'll do that. So we have minion, lesser, greater, superior, and lord. Alright. And then we're going to come down here. Put a space in between stuff. We're going to do header 3, I think. And we're going to go down the list of things. Oh, we're going to go down the list one thing. So, Lord. Demon Lord. Demon Lord. The highest ranking demon demons are known as lords. Period. These demons are at the peak of their respected classification, comma, and by far the most powerful of those around them. Period. Demon lords are said to be the equivalent of kings and nobles in most societies. Comma. Commanding or ruling over a large swath of minions on swath of other lesser demons, of other lower ranked demons, of other lower ranked demons, of other lower ranked demons. Let's call that demons. Let's go demons. Demons. There we go. Put that quickly. Demon lords are not to be underestimated. I didn't pick that up at all. How dare. How dare. Demon lords are not to be underestimated by any means. Comma. As they are the most intelligent and generally longest living demons around. Comma. Having hundreds, if not thousands of years of life experience behind them. Period. Demon lords are rarely ever seen on the surface world. Comma. But it is not unheard of in tales of them arriving upon the surface world and wreaking havoc upon it. Period. So that's kind of the biggest thing. Like, demon lords are like your kings and nobles. They're your top echelons of stuff. So they are rulers of territory and everything. And that's what they are. They're not necessarily like, oh yes, the demon lord rules over all. No, there's multiple demon lords. I know it is. I'm actually going to do a quick check. We're going to see how this looks on here. Demon. There's a demon lord like that. Alright, so it does look good like that. But let's try Hiita 2 again. I kind of wish I could make like this a header as well. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, I think let's do header 4. And then we'll also bold and underline it. Oh. And underline it as well. So, we come down here. Demon Lord. There it is. Yep. So it's a smaller thing, but it's a clear break in the social structure and everything like that. I think I should do the same for all of these as well. Maybe? I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to figure out what looks good prior to that. Anyway, we're gonna go enter there. We're gonna do header 4, bold, underline, superior demon. Is not how you spell superior. Superior demon. Yeah, because they're just going down the list. Superior demons are considered to be elite generals within demon society. Period. They are often the next in line to becoming a demon lord, comma, and often have hundreds of years of life experience behind them. Period. These demons are powerful, but not quite strong enough to best the demon lord just yet. Period. Gotta make sure we actually capitalize that. More often than not, comma, this ranking / classification of demon is often reserved for non-devil or fiend demons. Period. For often they lack the intelligence to become a true demon lord. These demons are not to be underestimated in terms of their capabilities, as they are more than capable of killing their own masters, should they see the opportunity to do so. Period. There we go, superior demon is just that. There we go. I'm gonna come down one. Header, bold, underline. You know, let's throw italics in there too as well. Let's see what the italics look like. So let's click out of there real fast. Let's go take a look at it on the World Anvil. Slide it down. There we go. Yeah, I think the italic definitely makes it look a lot better. So, alright, so back, we're going to go click in the middle of here. Let's go Greater Demon. I'm gonna click out real fast. I'm gonna just do one double check here. Alright, is there enough space between them? Yeah, we'll have it as a single space between them as I classify each and every one of them. As a demon grows in power, it eventually becomes a greater demon, capable of tremendous feats of strength and destruction. Period. Greater demons are forces to be reckoned with, and are often considered equal to some of the most veteran of soldiers and adventurers alike. Period. They often serve under demon lords as a primary spearhead in whatever plans and or machinations. I need to get and organ and or machinations. Their demon lord has. Never said that this speech to text was a very good system. I need to capitalize that. Greater demons have years of experience behind them, and are often a grave threat to most individuals, and should be taken seriously should they be encountered. Period. Alright. And we're going to come down here for bold, underline, italic. Lesser demon. Lesser demons are demons that have gained some battle experience within their lifetime. comma. They are also sometimes the highest form that a specific demon type can ever become. Period. Alright, what else can we think of here as well? I'm gonna take a swig of the energy drink here. Alright, well that's gone now. The caffeine finally kicked in. I'm actually really focused now. Ooh, good focus. Caffeine and ADHD makes me focus. Yeah! Anyway. Alright. Lesser demons are numerous. Comma. And often fight together in groups in order to overpower their foes. Period. While still a serious threat compared to other demon minions, comma, lesser demons tend to have more autonomy over their actions and are capable of dealing with major threats to them if they are lucky to do so. Period. While lesser demons can easily be dispatched by most standard adventurers, comma, they can still be a serious threat should they be able to group up with others of their like. No, we're gonna call it others of their kin. They can still it'll be a serious threat should they be able to form up with others of their kin. Demons. And finally, we got the last one, minions. Minions. And no, they're not the cute, lovable minions, no. Minions are the lowest class of demon. Comma. My brain shut down there for a second trying to think of a way to continue that sentence. Minions are the lowest class of demon. Often numerous, have very little experience. Comma. Often numerous. Have very little life experience. And are most often either recently created demons, recently born demons. And then we do space and are most often either recently born demons or corrupted demons. Period. We'll do or recently corrupted. Recently corrupted demons. Demons of this caliber are simple, comma, weak, comma, and lack any major authority over their own autonomy and actions when in the presence of a demon of higher rank than them. Period. However, comma, just because they are weaker in comparison to demons of higher in comparison to other demons, excuse me about that. That was a bit of a gas from the sparkly energy drink I had. Minions are still very capable of killing a seasoned adventurer, should they get the opportunity to do so. Period. Minions are known to fight in numerous numbers, comma, overrunning their foe through sheer force known to fight in groups. Known to fight in groups, overrunning the foe through sheer number of bodies, comma. Actually, no, we'll just get rid of that comma. The sheer number of bodies, rather than skill. Period. Uncapitalize those things, and then we go from here. Though they may be easy to dispatch, comma, one wrong move could still result in the death of an individual who underestimates the true capabilities of any demon. Period. Basically, do not underestimate minions. Put an extra space in here. Now we're gonna put another header here, header 3. Other rankings. Rankings noted in history. Period. And we'll come over to here. Do another enter. Within the annals of history, comma, there are 2 other classified rankings of demons that rank above the Demon Lord. Not much is known about demons of this caliber, aside from the fact that they are calamitous forces of nature that could easily dispatch armies by themselves, comma, and often pose a grave threat to the world itself. Period. Alright. Apparently. There it goes. Alright. Not much is known about demons of this caliber, comma, aside from the fact that they are calamitous forces of nature that are easy to dispatch armies themselves and that's not and often, and pose. They just pose a grave threat to the world itself. Then when we come under here, we do header 4, bold, italicized, underline. We got Demon, Lord, I'll do this like this. General. There we go. Demon Lord General. Demon Lord Generals. Actually, we'll do this. Within the annals of history, comma. Actually, no. There are said to have been 7 demons of this classification of Lord General. Period. Seven. About 7 like that. These 7 Lord General demons serve as High Lords over all other demons beneath their stature. Period. It is theorized by scholars that these 7 Demon Lord Generals rule over each layer of the 7 hells. Period. Legend speaks that only a select number of heroes have ever bested these Demon Lord Generals in combat. Period. No other records of encounters with these demons tells of victories against them. Period. So yeah, legend speaks of only a select number of heroes that have bested these Demon Lord Generals. Let's see. Demon classification of rank, so we're gonna capitalize all of them. No, it's no other records. Thing. And then finally, the last one. Bam, 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 bam. The Dark Lord. My typical generic fantasy, even the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is the ruler and commander of all demonkind. Period. They are an apocalyptic let's see. Apocalyptic. I think that's a better way of doing that. Demon kind. Politic? No. I'm gonna go Google search how to spell this word. Give me a second. Apocalypse. That's acolyte. No, I don't want that. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Apocalypse. It's apocalyptic. I think that's what it is. Describing or
Apocalyptic.
that's actually the word. Yeah, that is the word I want. Copy that word. Come back over to here. They are an apocalyptic threat to all life. Comma. And is said to have only appeared twice within the history of the world itself. Period. Let's get rid of this capital T. Hey man, what's I writing? Well, it's part of the tabletop workshop stream. I did some map making earlier, but it's basically showing how I go about prepping, planning, and developing my tabletop world and everything like that. And I'm kind of just doing multiple aspects today. So right now we're writing about demons. Hooray! The enemy of my campaign. Haha! The enemy of my world. They slaughter everything before them. Yeah. Okay, I'm joking. Yeah. Right now I'm writing about demons pretty much, and the current. Yeah, there it is. Demons. So currently I'm writing about the classifications of demon and their ranks. So I'm going to kind of show you what the page will look like when it's done. Kind of just going through and we're writing about them. You know what? I might actually put a space between these so that actually probably look a little bit better. That, or I might bullet point them. Ooh, that actually that's an editing thing later. But so yeah, pretty much what I'm doing, like I said, earlier in the stream, I was doing map making, explaining the thought process behind making maps for tabletops, and just map making in general. Which is, a map should not exist without a reason, and that reason can be as simple as, this is a combat encounter. This is where the players will be fighting the enemies and everything like that. And like I said, I had that up earlier. I'm not going to go back to it because I'm working on this right now. But I just kind of showing like the thought process behind what a dungeon master is thinking of when they're creating their world and everything. So in the case of this, I'm thinking, personally, you think maps for exploration purposes should be unreliable? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Except for medieval fantasy. Yeah. They should be relatively unreliable in terms of like, okay, here's a map that you're provided. Okay, where am I going? What am I doing? Hey, let's just look at the map everywhere. Oh, especially for medieval maps. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know what? I have a perfect opportunity to show this. So I'm gonna go here. Let's bring up my map. It's like, this is the map of Sestria. And yes, for the most part, they are not there actually. I can move this location. Excuse me, can I? My players are actually not in this location here. Can I actually move this, please? Edit marker. That is not what I want. Back, I say. Back. Players are there. Alright, save changes. Done. Alright. So, like, this is the... I don't know. Let's go back. The downside of trying to navigate stuff. View. Alright, there we go. For example, sometimes it's funny to go, yes, I traveled these lands and found the dog-headed warrior who have exotic spices, yes, indeed. And ends up being completely not real in the first. Yeah, exactly. But going off of like my map here, like, yeah, this is only showing. No, stop that. This is only showing key things here. Like, here's the key. There's major villages, major cities, major towns, the capitals of things, and major landmarks, plus main state roads and main pathways. So yeah, here's the capital city of the tieflings. Here's the capital city of the orcs. Here's the capital city of the elves. Here's the capital city of Cestria itself. The capital city of here, Terrasvera. Hello, Terrasvera. Capital city of dwarves. Capital city of Dragonkin. Giants, halflings, gnomes, and the beastkin. Don't ask about the fairies. They don't have a capital yet. That's their number thing. But I also have like Nuremberg. This is a major city. But and here's where my players are. They're here. Somewhere in that area. The only exception, and to your point, is about Unreal Maps, where the game system has spells that promote remote viewing. Yes, scrying, or you can actually go off of, like, you know, real world things as well. We're gonna go. Let's go here, and then I'm gonna actually go back into edit. No, I'm actually gonna go back into dashboard here. I gotta navigate back to it. Demons, because this is where we're at right now currently. You can go away for now. We don't need you open. So, actually, I don't want you open because it distracts me otherwise. Expand sidebar. Thank you very much. Alright. Anyway, but I'll go ahead and bring this back up here in a second here. Where is... I'm gonna bring this back up. It should pop up here momentarily. So yeah. So yeah, like, these are the combat, like, we made this map today and we made this map today. Like, these are the two maps we made today. I'll just bring up the fast preview. So there's this combat map. And the main element of this thing is, like, what is this map for? Well, it's combat in a forest. I want them fighting in the center, in this little open plains area. This is where they're fighting. So what's over here? Well, it's dense forest. That's what it is. All right. And if I go through and cycle through all these maps here. And then I got this map. What is this map? Well, this is the start of a bandit stronghold. Oh, the players are going to start down over here in this little section where they got to get through the front gate of guards here. Get through this section where the guards are generally stationed, and then they go further into the cave later on and whatnot. But that's the point of these maps. These maps are designed for combat. This map is a local cartographer's rendition of the area. So this is technically the area my players are currently at. Why will you send me to Jesus? What have I done to deserve Jesus? Dragon says hi. Hello. Hello. Anyway, welcome to the Tabletop Workshop, Lumia. Well, I just showcase, like, the flip I'm talking about when I do DMing in prep and everything. So, woo. But yeah, this map right here, there's no specifics. It's like, there's a big beast sighting in this general area. There's marking of, like, known herb gathering spots. There's a cave over here. We don't know what the cave looks like on the inside. And there's rumored to be some sort of bandit camp over here. Who knows? But yeah, this is the because it makes sense, and it would absolutely make sense for a wizard to scry locations and do stuff. Which is why this map is more detailed, because it's showcasing the map of this town. This is not an accurate representation of the town. The thing is saying,
My name is Inigo Montoya.
The other Hiita came. Hi.
You killed my father.
Welcome to the Tabletop Workshop, where I do workshop-related things for tabletop. Okay, there's a lot more. There's a lot more to it than just that. I'll give you the shout out here in a quick second. Shout out, Hiita Fire Charmer. Bam. There we go. Hi, Hiita. How was your stream? What were you doing? And welcome, Raiders. Welcome to my Tabletop Workshop, where I go through the process of doing multiple things for prep of my D&D campaign, and I explain my thought process behind it to hopefully help aspiring DMs or new game masters understand the creative process that I go through when trying to prep for my own games and everything like that. It's another raid. It's a raiding time. We've had the raids, and everything is good and dandy. Doop. Anyway, I'm bring this up again. So, is my multi-chat actually working? No, it's not working. Of course it's not working. Everything's breaking. I still haven't fixed my bot. That stupid Nightbot is died. Nightbot's dead to me. I don't know why it is. It's just dead to me. But anyway, so that's the But yeah, no, I agree. Certain maps should not be reliable, especially if it's like, oh, we've recently mapped out the area, and it's just a blank map with just mountains around everything. It's a fantastic example of maps not being useful. But like I said, and so I went through an entire thing at the beginning of the stream about like, what is the map for? Why do you use maps? Why do they exist? And the biggest thing is, if the map doesn't have a good reason to exist, it doesn't need to exist. Hiita Dragon has scuff. I'm actually not that scuffed. I'm actually not that scuffed today. The only scuff I had, I fixed early, before we even started. But for now, I'm working on the second aspect of world building. So this is a little bit more in depth than what most new dungeon masters or new game masters should be worrying about, and that's lore building. This my D&D world of Terra's Rohun has been around for over a decade. It has been around since 2007, when I first started saying. So it's almost 20 years old. Like this is how old this world is. Why did I fix my scuff early? Because you couldn't hear anything. Like, you literally could not hear anything, so I had to fix it. I couldn't hear anything. So, that's why I fixed it. Anyway, so yeah, all this stuff, not when you can't hear anything. When you can't hear anything, that's not scuff. That is something's physically broken, needs to get fixed. Scuff is a different aspect of stuff, and I'm not worrying about scuff right now because I don't have any scuff. Aside from my own brain, but that's beside the point. So, the aspect that I'm working on right now is lore building. So, this information is still not public on the World Anvil page. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm just going to come out of here, come here, and we're going to go to the main page right here. So, kind of just showcase what's going on here. So, this is the main page for my world. It has a lot of basic information on it. And and my players can attest to this, I don't have enough information on here for the stuff. So like, there's certain aspects of lore that's not actually written out. Some things are, like the dragonkin here. Look at how developed they are. I've got images in here. Look at how nice and developed this thing is. There's stuff that needs to get worked on, like I need to freaking work this out and do better on that. But you know, that's a process. But now let's go to something else. I don't know. Let's look at something more popular, like gnomes. Okay, gnomes, they have a bit of development on here, a bit of history, so they had some work done on them. But, you know, hey, what about orcs? Orcs had their thing. I have some images on here. They're mostly fleshed out as well. All right, so you can see, like, I have a good amount of information. Okay, what about fairies? Yeah, I don't have a lot on fairies yet. And this is an example of you don't need, and this is the biggest thing for new DMs, you don't need to flush out major details until you need to flush it out. So, in the case of my campaign, for the longest time, demons have not really been the main threat. Demons have not been the problem until now. So what am I doing for the demons? I'm flushing them out now. Because we're getting to the point where the main enemy that my players are going to be facing are demons. So far in their main storyline event here, and in their current act, they have witnessed the release of the 4 remaining Demon Lord Generals from their imprisonment, with the threat of the Dark Lord returning to the world, and they have faced off against not 1, but 2 Demon Lord Generals and or their minions thus far. They have faced off against Cahorn and Xenoth. I'm glad that's working at least. So yes. So there are aspects that do exist that I'm working on. And that's the reason why that's why I'm developing the Demon Lords right now. Or developing the demon lore right now, is because there is a need for my players to know more about demons. So, demons are so, yeah, by the way, I can't hear anything when it comes over the redeems. It's completely quiet. Wait, did I have it unmuted? I think I know why. I don't know why. I heard it. I heard it. Let me do this real fast. Do 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 do.
Back to then.
When?
Now.
Now?
Now.
I can't.
Why?
We missed it.
When?
Just now.
When will then be now? Soon.
Problem solved. Problem solved. There we go. That was a very simple one. Let's see. Go to system.
Hello, nurse.
There we go. Turn that down a little. We don't need that blasting on you guys' ears. There we go. Problem solved. Alright. I forgot. I can also do that too. Alright, anyway. So, with that in mind... Yep. Yeah, with that in mind, this is why I'm developing the demons out, because my players are actively looking for information on demons, and so I have to provide it. And that's why I'm writing out the hard fact lore about the demons, so that if my players need a quick review, my players can easily go to the website, look up the review of the demons, and have a general understanding of like, okay, this is the information that they have. Whether or not the characters have that information, that's up to the characters in-game. However, it doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to do so. Also, ads are about to start up here real fast, so I'm going to keep writing out this thing real fast. Get it all... hi.
Wow, congratulations!
Thank you, Hiita, for the subscription. I appreciate it. Oh, actually, it was gifted? It was gifted, isn't it? I think it was gifted. Thank you for the gift subscription. Yeah, thank you for the gifted subscription, Lumia. Yes. Alright. We are going to take a quick break because, again, the ad break is going to pop up here in about 5 seconds. So we shall be right back, folks, and we'll finish up the lore writing here, and then I will probably move into the last aspect of the stream here in a moment. So we'll be right back. All right, ad break is over. We are back, ready to continue writing everything like that. Anyway, so yes, we get right back into writing about the demon lord, the Dark Lord himself here. They are an apocalyptic threat to all life, and is said to have only appeared twice within the history of the world itself. There is no other known way to defeat the Dark Lord aside from the legendary 12 Blades of Light. That's what we're going to call it, other than the legendary Blades of Light. Now, actually, we'll do this. I'm going to put an enter in here real fast, kind of separate, because I need to put a little bit more lore available to the people and everything like that. And, apocalyptic threat to all life, it is said that they only appeared twice in the history of the world itself. Their power is unmatched by any living creature known. Period. Any known creature known. And it is said that they are nigh invincible. To all forms of magic and attack. Period. And then we can go. The only known way to defeat the Dark Lord. There is no other known way to defeat the Dark Lord aside from the legendary Blades of Light, which are said to be forged out of a fallen star, brought down by the gods themselves in order to face the Dark Lord himself. Themselves. Should the Dark Lord let's just do the thing. It is written that again the biggest scuff is my brain, because in the prophecies that should the humanoid races of the world I want to make this sound artistic and other magical natures of the words of sounding and writing and being creative, but I cannot think of them at the time which I am doing this. Fall short in felling the Dark Lord, then all of life will be snuffed from existence, and the world sundered into darkness. Period. There we go. I gotta do some editing on that. Bam. And sundered into dark. Sundered, quote, into, and this is not sundered, it is sundered Then we'll take out the space between there and the filling. It is written in the prophecies is that should that, comma. Actually, we'll do this. Quote. Into eternal darkness. Into eternal darkness. And there we go. So those are the rankings of Demon Lord Society. And I'm going to scroll down just to see how it looks. There we go. Yep. I wonder, I'm going to try this to see if I can actually do this thing. So we're going to come here. And if I do... What is this? I see. If I do... this... I just want to see what happens if I do this. Just gonna do it on those two. Let's go take a look at what it looks like. Scroll down, scroll up. I like it. I like how that looks. Because then it gives enough breaking and separation between them that it does well to denote the differences. I'm going to do this for all of these. We're going to go bullet point. We're going to go bullet point. We're going to go bullet point. Keep this one as is. And we do bullet point. And then we do bullet point. Click out so it saves. Go back in. Scroll down. There we go. That looks a lot cleaner. And it adds a nice little break between each of the lines. It's not just a list of things. See, sometimes visual appeal is important. Understanding design is good. I just really wish I could change these like major sections into like this type of header or something. That's definitely for sure. So I'm going to do the same for ecology and habitat here as well. While I'm thinking of it, we got a break. And we're going to go this. Then we got break, and then we've got break, break, bullet point, and bullet point, and finally bullet point. Alright, unclick out. Let's take a look. Let's take a look-see. Down. That didn't work. Did that work? Let's see. No, that did not work. It didn't work. It did not work. Now let's do undo, 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 undo. Undo, undo, undo. How about... I'm gonna do this. Let's do this for each of these. See how that handles it. Does that work? No, it did not work. So why did it work for those? Probably because I don't have... I do not know. Hello? Oh god. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Eternal darkness. Okay. Alright, we're gonna stop there. I'll have to double check and make sure everything's functioning. Okay, we lost the quotation marks. That's what we lost. Alright. Quotation mark. There we go. Alright. Actually, I have a better way of doing this thing. We can do this. And then we do quote. Like that. And then quote. Like that. And now, when we come down there, where's my save button? Where's the save? Save, 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 save. 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 419, it's not saving. Where is the save button? How do I save again? Something is fishy going on here. That's new, that's create, that's that. Alright, let's try articles here. And close out of this. Okay, hold on a second. What's going on here? What the hell is happening, World Anvil? Refresh the page! So I thought shit was going weird. We'll make this a quote. There we go. Unclick out. 7. There we go. Now it's saved. Now it's saved. And there we go. We got a nice little quote. Alright. That. I'm gonna do ... Unclick out. That's saved at 36. I'm gonna come back up to here. I'm gonna try doing this again. Do that. Unclick out. And 30. Nice. Alright, let's take a look. Let's see what that did. Okay, good. It is actually working. It just wasn't working before. Got it. Oops, I don't want to do that. I want to do all of this. Yeah, just trying to add some breakage in how things are. breakage on how things are. Alright, so let's see. Let me. Right, plus. Rest. Alright, there we go. There we go. And we can kind of see now it breaks up a lot nicer in there and everything's like that. And then we got a nice little thing right there. And I can go one step further to make this quote a lot better. Can I change? Change the font on this. How do I change the font? I don't know if there's a way for me to change the font, sadly. Small, line break, horizontal rule. Section. Oh. I wonder. Let me do the thing. I'm gonna try doing this real fast, because again, there's a lot of World Anvil that I'm not quite sure of. Let's do section. Let's see what that looks like. Anyway, but point is that this is part of, you know, world building as well. And again, and I'm not going to go into too much further details because we got, let's see, domestication. They aren't domestic. Uses is products, things. Facial characteristics. Not going into that. Geographical origins and distribution. Not going to go into that. Average intelligence. I can explain that. Symbolic or parasitic organisms. Lifespan. Lifespan is usually done over here. Hundreds. So we'll just do it like this. Hundreds, if not nigh immortal. Hundreds, comma, if not nigh immortal. There we go. This is true. Because some demons are near immortal in length, but they can live for hundreds of years. Which is a terrifying thought indeed. But yeah. I think that's where I'm going to end, like, the demon and lore writing as an example. But again, this is more of an advanced thing. This isn't necessarily something that a new DM should be worrying about when creating a world and everything like that. Your goal should be focusing on understanding the rules, mechanics, and understanding like basics of map making and everything like that. That is what makes that's what's the important part of being a DM in this. This is after you've gotten used to it, when you need to focus more on other things. So, with that in mind, I'm actually going to jump over here to the actual world at hand here. And I am going to do the next aspect. And nothing's playing, right? Nothing's playing. Good. And I'm actually going to jump into the next aspect of homebrew custom making and everything like that. And it's a simple one. It's, you know, what if I don't want to use creatures from the monster manual? What if I want to make my own homebrew creature? And as people know, I have a whole bunch of homemade creatures and everything like that. So let me, you know, let's go into a little bit of conversation and thought process behind creating a custom NPC. Doesn't matter if it's a combat creature or not. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new creature. We're going to use the new system here. Do this. And I'm going to make a new hostile creature. We're gonna call this no, the we're gonna call all this for right now temp name plant monster. What I'm gonna call it. I'm not gonna worry about images and everything like that until later, so we're just gonna put that in here. And we are making an NPC. That's what we're making. We're not doing anything else. This is World 20. This is what we're using, I think. So we can go in here. We can edit things further. This is a plant. And this is a species carnivorous plant. And if things are misspelled, I'm not going to worry about a thing. Size, we're going to call it a medium creature. I'm going to do M for now. Alignment, neutral, because I don't care about anything. This is where things get a little bit more complicated in regards of trying to figure things out. Challenge rating, or CR. Could be any number of aspects about it. Generally speaking, a CR is a challenge rating based on an ideal party size. So, if we look at some of my other, like, created things, or just other things in general, and let's just say I want this creature to be a CR2 difficulty. I don't want it to be really that strong, but I also don't want it to be weak either. Let's take a look at, the Bandit Captain. This is a CR2 creature. What can he do? Well, he can attack twice. He has a fairly decent hit rate at +5. Reach of 5 feet. Does 1d6 +3. Has decent stats all around. And this is the NPC right here. And we can see the legacy version versus the updated version, everything like that. So we're going to make him CR2. There we go. Proficiency bonuses +2, everything like that. AC. Armor class is the plant. I want the plant to be able to take a hit, but I also don't want it to be like I don't want it to be like always takes a hit, even on like the lowest of rolls. But I also don't want it to be like super tanky. It's not that strong a thing. A Bandit Captain has an AC of 16. Let's go ahead and make the plant AC of 14. All right, that's what it is. Initiative. I'm not going to worry about giving it any initial initiative. Its walking speed is 1 foot. Its walking speed is 1 foot. It doesn't actually. Its walking speed is 0 feet. It does not move. Oh, it is a stationary plant that lashes out and stuff. Now then, what is the difference between this plant and everything like that? Well, if it's a carnivorous plant and it's lashing out with vines, it needs to have a decent strength. So I'm going to give it 16 strength. It works good. All right. I will say that it's proficient. It's proficient in strength-based stuff. So it has a +5 to it. So we have that and everything like that. Modifier is +3, but I can also change it too. I can give it an additional modifier if I wanted to. And I think I'm going to do simple. We're going to do, and not actually put a plus in there. Wow. So we're going to do 2, and then we're going to give it, modifier of 3. So it has +5 to its stuff. Con, it's a plant. It's hardy, but not super hardy. So we'll give it that of 12. That of 12. Intelligence, we'll give it an intelligence of 3. Intelligence of 3. The plant. It's not that smart. All right, it's going to lash out at things that are nearby. Dexterity, I think we're going to give it. We're going to give it an average dexterity of 10. But it does get a plus. It does get a +2 to dexterity saves, and the reason why is because it can maneuver itself in a way, but it's not actually having any bonus on it. It can't really do much with dexterity. Wisdom, it has an average wisdom. Let's say it can recognize when it can't and I can't eat something. Charisma. It's a plant. It's a plant. We're gonna give it, 8 for charisma. I think. I think we'll actually give it proficiency. Yeah, we'll give it proficiency. Like that. And it will make, you know, strength saving throw is 5 plus 2. And I'm not going to worry about any skills right now because Bandit Captain doesn't have any skills. He has a reaction, but he has no skills. So instead, we're going to give it some actions here. And we're going to do the ever classic multi-attack. Multi-attack. This is an action, and the plant monster can make up to. Oh, actually, it can make 3 attacks. Bandit Captain can make 3 attacks. But we're going to say it can make up to 2 attacks, nice, with its vines, and 1. And one what's another attack that we can do with this? And 1 stunning sport or attack. All right. And I'm gonna. Yep. So there we go. Can make TWO. There we go. So there we go. So there's its action. It can do that. We're gonna do and add it. We're gonna add new. This is going to be the actual attack. This is the lashing vine. This is the vine attack. I'm going to call it lashing vines. And then when we come over to here, we're going to do lashing vines and 1 stunning spore attack. This is a melee attack. It is an action. It has a reach of 25 feet. To hit it, we're going to leave it at the. We're going to leave it at a plus 5 to hit. Damage on hit is 1d. It's going to be 1d6 plus 3. And it is bludgeoning. And we'll call it bludgeoning attack. I know it's not as well bludgeoning. And for a description of the attack here, the lashing vine, lashing vine whips out and strikes at a creature within range. On hit, the creature must make a DC, and we're going to give it a fairly decent DC because it's designed to do so. Since it's proficient in strength and everything like that, we're going to make a DC 15 in saving throw, strength saving throw. Anything throw or become next saving throw. On failure, the creature is grappled. On fail, the creature is grappled. The creature is grappled. So there we go. That's its first attack right there, and you can make 2 of those attacks. Next, we got the stunning spore. So stunning spore. It's gonna be an action. It's a action to do. It is an attack roll, and it is a ranged attack at. Well, I was gonna call it 25 feet. And it is a plus 5 to hit as well. On hit, it is 1d. On hit, it is a 1d4 points of poison damage. What is that? On hit, On hit. On hit. A creature. On hit. A creature must make a DC. And this is going to be where this plant is a threat. It's not a threat in its damage output, it's a threat in its stunning ability. And we're going to get a DC 18 con save. Constitution save. Nice. On fail. On success. On failure. On failure. The creature is paralyzed. On fail, the creature is paralyzed. Is paralyzed and blinded. Upon success, the creature is blinded. I'm gonna put a little note in here. This is not a poison. And that is specifically because I know that it is possible that by the time my monk gets into it, he may have immunity to poison. This is not a poison attack. The damage type is poison. The damage type is poison, so he'll have immunity or he'll have, you know, immunity to poison attack damage, but he will not be immune to the paralyzation or the blinded effect. And that is the reason for it. And then we're going to have another action here, and that is to ingest. I don't think that's the correct way of spelling it, but it is an action. The plant monster can ingest a creature within 5 feet of it. Can it? And then no, it's not a spell. So ingest like that. I think it's that. Sure, we'll do that. Okay. I don't claim to know how to spell within 5 feet of it. Yeah, but the creature must make a dexterity. Let's give it a try. A strength or dexterity check against it. Save. Let's make a DC, and this is the dangerous part about it, 18. I mean, it's a dangerous creature up close, but at range, it's not that much. And let's say, or be swallowed by the plant. Or be swallowed by the plant. You know what? We're actually going to make this a attack action. I'm going to call it attack save, spell save. Oh, I wonder. Oh, cool! I didn't realize that. I'm using this this version here for the first time ever, so it is actually kind of cool. Do that. Attack is 5 feet. 5 feet. Strength save. Spell save DC. Save DC is that. We're gonna call it. Oh, it's strength modifier for the most part. But I have the clause of dexterity, so it's either or. And it's gonna take 1d10 plus. What is the strength modifier? 3. 3 bludgeoning. 1d3 bludgeoning damage. Okay. Or be swallowed by the plant. A creature swallowed by the plant monster is considered restrained and takes 2d8 acid damage at the start of each of its turn inside the creature. There we go. Or take 1d10 and plus 3 bludgeoning damage, and is there we go. So now we actually have that thing. I wish I could make that bigger, but I can't. Oh, there it is. Ah, it's terrible. It's just terrible. That's a terrible thing. I'm gonna do blind sight. Blind sight, and we're gonna give it a lovely 150 feet. Passive perception is 0 because it's blind sight. Because it has no eyes. But I can see 150 feet away. Oh wait, I have a skill for it. I'm gonna add a skill here. Sweet Allure. Sweet Allure. Oh no, that's actually skill. Never mind then. We're gonna get rid of that thing. It's actually in a trait. Add a trait. Sweet Allure. A sweet scent is released by this. Is released from this plant monster up to a range of 300 feet. 8. A creature within 150 feet must make a DC 13 wisdom save should they actively smell the scent or be charmed by the plant's allure to approach it. Again, I can't really spell allure. It has 2 L's, so I'm gonna copy this, put that there, put a capital. A creature with an intelligence of 13 or less within 150 feet, it must make a save. Sure, let's make it, threatening. It has DC 15. All right. So this right here basically says that most humans won't fall for it. And I just undid that. Son of a gun. Oh. Well, let's do that again. Son of a gun, I did that again. So, sweet. Allure. Sweet. Sweet allure. Let's make this bigger. This plant monster releases a sweet. That's not sweat. Sweet. There we go. This is a sweet scent up to a range of 300 feet from its current location. A creature with an intelligence of 13 or less must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or be charmed by this scent. That's how it is. There's a C in there. I knew it was something. We're talking about the sweet scent, and I'll be charmed by this sweet scent, for which they must move closer to the plant. For which they must move closer to the plant. For which they must and can only move closer to the plant. There we go. That's what I want to put in there. All right, and there we are. No legendary actions, no mythic actions, no nothing like that. And there you go. There is our plant monster. There's a few things we have to get as well. I don't think we have health in this here yet. Yep, here it is. Health. A bandit captain has 65 health, which makes sense. And you know what? I think we're gonna go ahead and give the plant the same health pool, 65. So it's 10d8 plus 20. So that's the health that it has there. Has walk speed of 0 feet. 8 notes. Can grow to a new location over years. So basically, it can move from a location to a location, and no skills, no passives, no anything like that. Blind sense, that languages is none, and there we go. So now we have a creature that has 65 AC of 14, initiative of. Oh, we gotta change the initiative. Initiative of plus. You know, let's make it plus 2. So, initiative of plus 2, so a default of 12. Which makes you wonder, can I... Is that your roll? Oh god, so many errors here. Initiative, 13. What did it roll? It rolled a 11 plus 2. There you go. So, there's that. And there you go. That's kind of how I plan out a monster. I think about what is it actually trying to do. Can I reorganize this, please? Okay, that's one thing I don't like about this. Why did it do it like this? I don't like how this is actually below everything. Why is this below everything? 1. Let's try doing that. Let's see if that... Yeah, I don't like that. I don't... This is the one thing I don't like about this new version. Is that it's putting the things up here underneath multi-attack. Multi-attack should be at the top. I don't like that. I do not like that. So here's what we're going to do. Can I actually do this? And will that? Perfect. All right, there we go.
So multi-attack goes up to the top there, and that's the
Important thing I need to know. It has Lashing Vines, has Stunning Spore, and the Sweet Allure. So pretty much, if none of my players have a 13 intelligence or less, guess what? They don't have to make the saving throw.
they just smell it.
But that's the idea behind coming up with a homebrew creature. Now I can go further into this, and you know, I can go in and make. Let's see. I can go into here. I can add a token. I'm going to rename it eventually. I'm not sure what to call it, but I'm going to go through. I'm going to make. I don't know if I'm going to keep using this version. I'm probably going to go back to this version because this is just a lot cleaner. It's a lot nicer to look at than this. It's just. I'm just showcasing like what it would be. If I was doing it on here, it would just be like, okay, click add. There it is. Oh, I don't want this. Delete. Actually, we did that. There you go. Delete. None. Problem solved. Oh, but that's how you come up with like a basic creature. Now there are did Blind Sight not actually? Sight is dead 150. There we go. $50. How do I set blindside then? See, and that's another thing. Skill. Okay, fine. Let's do blindside. Blindside. Oh, they changed the name. Blind Sense. Okay, that doesn't. Fine, let's delete that. Drag that into here. Blind Sense. 150 feet. Let's see if that works. 1. Why is it 1? 150. What if I just type in 150? 150 feet. Oh, I think I understand now. Blind sight 150 feet, comma. No, it still does 1. What the fuck? What? No. $150. Why are you being such a 5001? No, just 1. How do I set it up to have blindsight then? Let's do blindsight here. I don't know. Ha! Vulnerabilities. Fire. Fire. I don't know. Anyway, point is, when coming up with creature design, you got to think about what is the party facing off against. And in this case, I'm making a simple plant monster. It doesn't move, it can't move, but it does do some decent damage. It's something that is avoidable, as long as you're not within 25 feet of it. Yeah, it's a patient predator is what it is. It's not a demon, it's not anything, it's a plant, which those things exist. But that's the whole aspect of planning out monsters, is take a look at what are you trying to build, and how do you balance it for the party. A low challenge rating monster should not be hard to beat. This plant is not hard to beat. The bandit captain is not hard to beat. They're dangerous, but a party of 2 should be easily capable of dealing with this plant in terms of actual combat. Now I'm going to go into further details and be like it has roll X. I can do something more specific and say like roll X number of well, like 1d8 plus 4, and that's how many vines it has to lash out with. But it only makes 2 attacks a turn. And stuff like that. And it's things like you got to plan out. If you guys have access to the Dungeon Master Manual, it has instructions on how to create monsters of certain challenge ratings and other things like that. And there's a general rule. Basically, a strong monster, like a strong, deadly monster, can either have multiple attacks or features that makes it deadly. So Bandit Captain, he's a challenge rating 2 because he can make 3 attacks as one character, and he does decent damage with a decent health pool. But now let's go to someone like Gregor, for example. Here's Gregor. Gregor is a CR 8 challenge. Now granted, he got nerfed pretty hard by the fact that he got, paralyzed and everything. But he's designed to have a party of 8 take him out. Or a party at an average party level 8 take him out. He is not designed for a small, weak party. He can make 3 extra attacks on a turn with his spike. He can make 3 attacks on his turn with the spike club. He has a ability to throw a rock, being a half giant, and he has a few other special telegraphed attacks. These are special attacks that he can do on his turn whenever he wants. He gets a little bonus for the fact that if he's in his Berserker's Rage, well, it's not listed here. I need to put it in there. When he's in his Berserker Rage, he gains access to one of these and his normal attack, because he is just wailing and going after people, and that's why he's a danger. But as seen in the, if you guys actually watched the episode, if anyone actually saw the live stream episode, which is on YouTube, you can go watch the VOD for it. You'll see that he was very much nerfed in the fact that he got held for over half his health and damage, and he has 320 health because he's a boss. And he had a 21 armor class for strong body, and strong body means that he gained resistance to physical attacks because he's just a strong body man. But that's the thought process behind making enemy. What is the action economy for a character, and what sort of threat is it? And these things can be altered, changed, and dealt with overall as you develop further and everything like that. But that's pretty much what I had planned for today. We did everything we set out to do. I'm probably going to remake this thing because I don't like this view. I don't like it. I mean, it's cool and everything, but when this doesn't actually propagate correctly, I don't like that. I like my tools to work as intended and not failing. But overall, there we are. That is that's the thought process behind these things. So I believe that's pretty much. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me. Apparently the ads are in progress. I took too long to chat here, so I'm gonna wait for the ads to end, I guess. There's not much else I can do. So yeah. And yeah, pretty much that's just kind of the thought process I have going into being a dungeon master and being into like developing the tables. The next step for a lot of things is to going in and implementing the maps and everything. So if we look at, here's the first map that I showed earlier today of the battle map. Like, okay, yes, this is what the intended battlefield was. And the person would run away, that's how it was. But knowing my monk player here, Mr. Hanyakuja, I knew he was going to chase after the bandit. So what did I do? Well, I made the map bigger. And that's why this map exists. I made the map bigger so that he has the space to come down here and do stuff. But as I said, and this is the intended view. This is the intended amount of space I wanted players to see. But in all reality, since this is an open world battlefield, the map continues this way, continues that way, continues that way, and continues this way. Which is why these bandits are down here. These bandits right here all went away and teleported back to the bandit stronghold. And these bandits, which had Gregor over here, they were sticking out and hiding. They were hiding over here, off the map and everything. Because the players were all focused down here. This is where they were focused. They weren't focused up here. So eventually the bandits came down here and started doing stuff. You guys can see, like, this is supposed to be kind of like rolling hills and everything like that. So this mark here is our hills. They're not like sheer cliffs. You can't really... It's kind of hard to represent hills on a flat map. So I make it as like, okay, here's a crest. And it's like cresting over the hill that way. And yeah, there we go. That's the basics. The ads have ended, so yes. But yeah, pretty much that's it for today. I will probably be making the demon lore public either later today or probably after I finish up a few extra things on there as I decide to finish up stuff. But I hope everyone that came out here enjoyed how my workshop here, explaining on my thought process behind how I go about planning and prepping for D&D and other tabletop things. Because there's a lot... When people think that DMs don't have a lot to work on, which is a lie, DMs have a lot to work on. And this is a small snippet of some of the things that we have to go through. We have to make tokens, enemies, we have to make maps, we have to make lore, and generally plan out story elements from there. But that's a whole nother topic for later. And I will probably do that in its own video. But for now, I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of your day. Have a fantastic weekend. There is no stream over the weekend. I will be otherwise indisposed at... I'll be busy on Sunday, so there'll be no normal stream on Sunday. Or no lore writing stream on Sunday. Next week, though... Next week... I believe I have... Yep, next week is a Thursday-Friday stream. We'll have the actual Tales from Cestia game. Probably more Pathfinder. Definitely more of other stuff. Normal things yeah. Normal stuff. Normal stuff next week. Alright, I'm gonna shut up now and, again, be kind to one another. And we'll see you guys next time.